For the record, my name is Brian Worrell, District 4 City Councilor, and I'm the Chair of the Boston City Council Committee on Ways and Means. Today is May 13, 2024. This hearing is being recorded. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/city-council-TV and broadcast on Xfinity Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, and FiOS Channel 964. The Council's budget review process will encompass a series of public hearings that begin in April and will run through June. We strongly encourage residents to take a moment to engage in this process by giving testimony for the record. You can do this in several ways. One, attend one of our hearings and give public testimony. We will take public testimony at the end of each departmental hearing and also at 2 hearings dedicated to public testimony. The full hearing schedule is on our website at boston.gov/council-budget. Our next scheduled hearing is dedicated to public testimony is Tuesday, May 28th at 6 p.m. You can give testimony in person here in the chamber or virtually via Zoom. For in-person testimony, please come to the chamber and sign up on the sheet near the entrance. For virtual testimony, you can sign up using our online form on our Council Budget Review website or by emailing the committee at ccc.wm@boston.gov. When you are called to testify, please state your name and affiliation or residence and limit your comments to a few minutes to ensure that all comments and concerns can be heard. 2, email your written testimony to the committee at ccc.wm@boston.gov. Or 3, submit a 2-minute video of your testimony through the form on our website. For more information on the City Council budget process and how to testify, please visit the City Council's budget website at boston.gov/council-budget. Today's hearing is on dockets number 0670 through 0672. Orders for the FY25 operating budget, including annual appropriations for departmental operations for the school department and for the other post-employment benefits. Docket number 0673 through 0675. Orders for capital fund transfer appropriations. And docket number 0676 through 0678. Orders for the capital budget, including loan orders and lease purchase agreements. These matters were sponsored by Mayor Michelle Wu and referred to the committee on April 10, 2024. The focus of this hearing will be to discuss the FY25 budget for the Boston Police Department, including mental health and substance abuse response, firearms, homicides, surveillance equipment, and cold cases. Today, I'm joined by my council colleagues in order of arrival, Council Murphy, Council Fitzgerald, and Council Braden. I would like to now introduce today's panelists testifying on behalf of the administration: Commissioner of the Boston Police Department, Commissioner Cox; Superintendent-in-Chief of the Boston Police Department, Superintendent-Chief Long; Chief of Staff of the Boston Police Department, Chief of Staff Taub; Bureau Chief of Administration Technology for the Boston Police Department, Chief of Administration Technology O'Brien; Deputy Superintendent of the Boston Police Department, Deputy Superintendent Humphreys; and Superintendent of the Boston Police Department, Superintendent Cologne. I'm going to do this hearing a little different. I'm going to start off with public testimony. So when you hear your name called, please come down to one of the 2 microphones, state your name, neighborhood, and organization affiliation. Please speak into the microphone, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Chaplain Clementina Cherry, the floor is yours, and then followed by Johnny P. Yep, either or.
Good morning, Chairman Worrell and members of the Ways and Means Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. I am President and CEO of the Louis D. Brown Peace Institute. The Peace Institute is a Boston-based organization dedicated to supporting families and communities impacted by murder, trauma, grief, and loss, and fostering peace within the city of Boston. For the last 3 decades, the Peace Institute has served as a cornerstone to the city of Boston homicide response. As we have expressed in the Ways and Means Committee hearings regarding City Budget FY25, the Peace Institute is advocating for a 3-year funding commitment of $1 million annually. We have proposed that this million comes spread across 3 city departments. However, today, I am not here to advocate for funding for the Peace Institute. Instead, I am here to call for a shift as the police department funding to dedicate additional resources to address cold cases and to allocate fundings for 2 additional family resource officers in the homicide unit. Every unsolved case represents a family in limbo, seeking answers and justice left undone. As the City of Boston strives to create safer communities, we must confront the unresolved past that haunts us. I urge you to prioritize funding for our cold case squad and allocate additional resources for the family resource officers that are supporting the survivors of homicide victims. Why does this matter, you ask? First, healing for families. Survivors of homicide victims experience incredible trauma and grief, as well as emotional and economic challenges. Behind every unsolved case is a family enduring unimaginable pain, unable to answer who killed our loved ones or move forward. Funding for cold case investigations means reopening avenues of justice, bringing solace to grieving families, and restoring faith in our legal system. A major impediment to healing this trauma is the lack of resolutions in our loved ones' cases. 2, preventing future crimes. Cold case investigations aren't just about the past. They are about preventing future crimes. By investing the resources in solving these cases, we send a clear message to those who feel they can kill. Justice knows no expiration date. This is in line with the City of Boston plan to end violence. Intervention, secondary prevention. This is addressing the harm. 3, empathy and support for survivors. Survivors of homicide victims face a unique and often overlooked struggle. Our family resource officers provide crucial support, guiding families through the legal maze, offering emotional assistance, and connecting them with vital resources. Additional funding to expand the lifeline for those in desperate need. The Peace Institute was instrumental in advocating for this position with former Police Commissioner Paul Evans and former Police Commissioner Kathleen O'Toole. We have worked with the family resource officers and continue to be amazed to their commitment in their roles. Officer Arion and Officer Cabral have become a part of our extended families, and for this we are advocating to increase their team. 4th, community healing. Unresolved cold cases cast a long shadow over communities, breathing fear, suspicion, and mistrust. By investing in cold case investigation and support services for survivors, we foster healing, rebuild trust with law enforcement and the community, and pave a way for a brighter, safer future for the sake of the generation to come. To this council, as you deliberate budget allocation, I respectfully yet urgently call on this council to allocate significant funds to close those resource gaps. Solving these homicides will promote healing among survivors and play a critical role in breaking intergenerational cycles of ongoing violence. Mayor Wu has publicly stated that the Peace Institute is part of the infrastructure of Boston homicide response. As part of that response team, again, we are calling you to listen to those of us who have been impacted firsthand. We are here to tell you that this will foster healing and spread of peace. Please consider the profound impact of these investments. The cost of an inaction is measured not just in dollars, but in shattered life and fractured communities. Together, the survivors of homicide victims stand together on the side of justice, compassion, and healing. We have submitted a written letter to this council via outlines and details for budget requests FY25. I am happy to address any questions that you may have about the Peace Institute and the resources that we need to promote peace and healing. Again, in closing, to this council, today I am focused on asking you to direct funding to the police department, again, to the cold case, unsolved homicide, and to increasing the family resource officers that are doing amazing, amazing work within the communities while the detectives focus on investigation. Again, this is in line with the mayor's plan of addressing and reducing violence through their violence reduction efforts. Thank you for your attention in this crucial matter. And again, to the city councils, your constituents who are dealing with unsolved cold cases also thank you, and I look into you to make that investment. God bless you.
Thank you. John Previsano. floor is
Councilor
yours.
Laurel, good morning. Good morning to the councilors and the panel. My name is John Provenzano. I'm a resident of South Boston. I'm going to make mine a little bit shorter because I wish I could speak as well as that lady that just finished, but mine is very basic. Between this meeting, the next meeting this afternoon, and any meeting where the police are here to defend themselves as to their budgets and what have you, I give them 100% support. Every day, I just looked at the last page of this booklet, and it makes me really feel proud to think that the city of Boston, along with Dallas, are the two safest cities in the country, and I want to keep it that way. And the way we do that is giving 100% support to our police, our fire, our EMS, all the people that are really the heart of this city. And I appreciate you, Councilor Laurel, giving me the time. And there was just one more thing, if I can. There's a gentleman sitting right here, Officer Sam, who you all witnessed what happened here at City Hall. That happens every day in this city and every other city in the country. And the only way we can do that is by giving the police and what they need, give them the support 100%. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, John.
Yep.
Kate Crawford?
This one okay?
Yes.
All right, good morning, everybody. Hi, Chair Worrell and members of the City Council. My name is Kate Crockford. I work at the ACLU of Massachusetts on technology and civil rights issues. I wanted to come here this morning to raise some concerns about how the surveillance oversight ordinance process is unfolding this year. As I think you all know, a few years ago, the City Council unanimously passed a law that gives the City Council a tremendous amount of oversight and control over Boston Police Department surveillance technology acquisition and use. And among the things that that law requires is annual reporting from the police department to the City Council of how each approved surveillance technology has been used in the year prior. Those reports should have been delivered to the council a while ago. The council is required by law to have a public meeting to discuss them by May 31st, which is coming up very shortly. As far as I understand, the police department has not transmitted those reports to the council, which is very troubling. It's particularly troubling given that these budget conversations are happening likely before the council and the public get an opportunity to review those reports. And I just want to highlight one example using one technology that has been in the news lately, which is ShotSpotter. As some of you may know, the ACLU put out a report a few weeks ago based on documents that we obtained through the public records law from the Boston Police Department, describing how ShotSpotter was used by the BPD between the years 2020 and 2022. And what that report found was that in almost 70% of cases where Boston police officers were deployed to a neighborhood in response to a ShotSpotter alert, officers did not find any evidence of actual gunfire. So that is defined to include witness statements confirming that there was gunfire, bullet holes, ballistics evidence, suspects, victims, etc. And that is just one data point among many from cities nationwide, indicating that technology that the company sells as highly accurate is not, and actually has pretty significant accuracy issues. We found in that report that in those 2 years, 16% of the total ShotSpotter alerts were actually just fireworks or other loud noises. One of them was a piñata at a birthday party, which is pretty chilling. So anyway, that example of the ShotSpotter report is an important one because just on Friday I got a call from a reporter who told me that the Boston Police Department has put out a request for proposals to extend the ShotSpotter contract by 3 years. This is troubling because Chair Santana of the Public Safety Committee has called for a hearing, a public hearing, on the police department's use of ShotSpotter technology. That hearing, as far as I understand, has not been scheduled because the budget process is taking up a lot of time and energy here at the council. It would be very troubling, in my estimation, for the police department to sign a 3-year extension of the ShotSpotter contract before the council has had a chance to have that conversation about ShotSpotter, which is frankly a very important conversation given some of the things that Tina Cherry just brought up about resource allocation within the police department in terms of our collective response to gun violence. I just want to be clear about this. The money that the city spends on ShotSpotter technology, the funds that actually are delivered to this California-based corporation, do come from the federal government through this Department of Homeland Security grant. However, the city pays for the police officers who are responding to those 70% of alerts that are wild goose chases leading them nowhere. And I have heard folks on this council for many years raise concerns about a lack of manpower at the Boston Police Department, about how 911 calls are sometimes, the response to them is delayed because there aren't enough officers on the street. So I think it's the council's job to ask very specific questions about the use of a technology like ShotSpotter that is deploying police officers to almost exclusively black and brown neighborhoods in our city, Dorchester, Mattapan, and Roxbury, in response to these alerts looking for gunfire that may not exist. And again, in 70% of cases that we evaluated, they did not find any evidence of gunfire. So I think you need to ask, as a body, particularly during the budget season, really specific questions of the police department about resource allocation, about the cost-benefit analysis of a technology like ShotSpotter. While the money that pays for the tech itself does come through the federal government, we are spending city resources and department resources responding to those alerts, and that may actually not only raise pretty serious civil rights and civil liberties issues, which I hope we can discuss at the ShotSpotter hearing, but also raise some pretty serious issues about resource allocation and management of the police department. So I'll just say, the reason I came here today is that we are very concerned that the police department not sign that 3-year extension before the council has had an opportunity to discuss ShotSpotter in detail with the police department, and 2, before the council has received those annual surveillance reports from the police department, which again, they should have received months ago. So I just wanted to raise that in this body because I think it's really important and it's time sensitive. The department put on the RFP that they want these documents back to them by May 15th, and I assume that they're going to very quickly move to sign something. So I have to say, it has the appearance of looking like the intent is to evade oversight. I don't know if that's true. I hope it's not. But certainly, we would urge the police department to slow that process down and wait until the council and the public have had a chance to discuss the use of ShotSpotter technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kate. I want to acknowledge that Councilor Coletta, Vice Chair of the committee, Pepin, Councilor Weber, Councilor Councilor Santana, and Councilor Fernandez-Anderson has also joined us. The floor is now yours.
Good morning, Council President. Committee Chair Worrell and other council members. I want to take this opportunity to testify before the Ways and Means Committee here today regarding our fiscal year 25 operating budget. With me today to answer some of the questions are Chief Long, our Director of Chief of Bureau of Administration Technology, Lisa O'Brien, Nicole Tallman, Chief of Staff, Superintendent Felipe Colon, and Deputy Superintendent Humphreys. I appreciate the proposed budget represents a significant portion of taxpayers' dollars, particularly regarding public safety. But as most people already realize, 88% of our budget goes towards personnel, and the other 12% really goes towards keeping the lights on as far as making sure that we're able to do the day-to-day activities of the police department. I'm here to share with council and the residents who may be watching what these investments mean to the city. The men and women of the Boston Police Department are committed to building trust and with the community and keeping our neighborhoods safe. Whether it's responding to calls for service, or helping people in crisis, investigating and solving crimes, or proactively engaging with young people, officers are making a difference every day out there. And I want to thank all of them for that. Before we get to questions, I'd like to give a little brief presentation highlighting some of the work that we've been doing as a result of some of these efforts. Again, our police department, and part of what we do here is about trying to build trust with the public. And we spend all our efforts doing that. Part of our mission in the Boston Police Department is dedicated to working with partnership with the community to fight crime, reduce fear, and improve quality of life in our neighborhoods. And our mission is community policing. And part of the goals that we're trying to achieve here is not only to prevent, reduce crime and fear of crime, but to improve police services and advance police professionalism. Proactively, we're trying to engage in all our communities within the city and all the people that live and reside and work and play here. Connecting those in need of services is something that we try to do on a daily basis, and there are quite a few who certainly need services, and we partner with others to make sure that we get them that. We try to provide timely and efficient response to crime and calls for service, and we also make sure that we support our employees' health and wellness. If we don't have healthy and well employees, it certainly reflects in our involvement with the community. And the strategies we use to do that, we use partnership and problem solving, and then we also use data intelligence-driven deployment of resources. We try to strategically use our technology to make sure we're in the right place at the right time to help prevent crime and deal with issues. And as always, we're protecting the privacy and civil rights and civil liberties of all our constituents on a daily basis. Some of the highlights, we'll talk about some of that we've had certainly during the past year is our collaboration with multiple city services in addressing the mass incarceration issue. Enforcing the unlawful encampment ordinance and implementing, community CompStats within our city. This is a meeting where, actually we have another one coming up relatively soon where we actually show the public what the stats are within the city and actually engage them and how we're trying to keep them safe, but more importantly, get feedback on where they would like us to put our resources to make sure we do that. Some of the other highlights that we've had is this Faith in Blue event. We do a lot of stuff with our faith communities to make sure that we build trust of all faiths in general, and to make sure we get to know people within our city in multiple ways. And that's one big event that we do yearly to make sure we do that. We continue to increase our community engagement in all neighborhoods, engaging the public where they are, making sure our officers are trying to get to know them and vice versa. And it's very, very important to build trust as people get to know our officers get to know individuals throughout multiple neighborhoods to hear their concerns. And then, of course, we want to always enhance our partnership throughout the city. There's so many problems and issues that we come across that aren't really maybe equipped for us to handle, but the fact is the more partners we have within the city to actually engage and address those issues, the better off we all are. That added on to the fact that we've had a 20% reduction in shooting victims throughout the year and a 13% reduction in homicides this previous year. It's also something that we actually wanted to highlight, and that was last year, and I haven't got to this year's point. So some other accomplishments we've had, or at least we're planning for in the future, is as we are preparing for international accreditation through CLEAR. That takes some work as far as trying to make sure we organize our policies, procedures, to be prepared to have an outside examiner come in and look at our stuff to prove that not only we're the best, but actually to verify that we do all the things that we're supposed to do. We work with our officers in some additional de-escalation in Rewire 4. We're one of a few police departments in the country that are training all our officers in on how to make sure that we de-escalate and deal with some of the issues that impact officers over years on the job, particularly regarding dealing with the public and/or emotional concerns. We do quarterly commendations to make sure our officers are rewarded and shown the excellence that they do on a daily basis. We have so many officers that do daily work that's outstanding, and so we do quarterly awards to certainly make sure that we hold up the work that they do, and to make sure that they are acknowledged for it. We not only do it for them, but we also do it for our partners that work with us as well, that help keep the city safe in so many ways. And so we also have implemented, to reduce some of the budgetary strains that we have, particularly around overtime. We've implemented a 20-tour thing where we took officers from specialized units for 20 additional tours to actually help reduce the overtime throughout the city and actually put them in districts so officers would be ordered less to work. That has helped in reducing our overtime by about 4.4%. We've had a commitment to the 30-30 campaign, actually trying to increase the number of female officers to our department about a year 2030 to 30%, and also an intentional campaign to recruit officers this past year. We've had an issue of attracting people to want to become police officers just due to national, thoughts about police in general. And we actually did an incredible job due to the men and women in our department who, along with the partnership with others, and actually enhancing our ability to recruit people. We did certainly a public service campaign and took a list of maybe 100 people that were signed up to an exam and turned that into 1,170 residents who ended up signing up for our exam for the 2024 test. And so I want to thank all of those who participated in that. Our department does, again, so much in our community around recruitment, engaging the public. And this is just a slide just showing all the different ways of which we advertise and try to highlight, our city and working for public safety in general and the importance of the work. I'm very happy to say that, we work daily in a very, very important way of making sure that we have a department that reflects our city. Our academy class this past year, the 63-23 class, graduated 133 people. Of that, 74% were male, 26% were female, 69% were BIPOC, and 31% were white. 79% of those assigned to that class speak at least one language other than English, and 14 speak 2 languages, and 7 spoke 3 languages. Our academy class 64-24, the most recent class in there, is 77% male, 23% female. 63% BIPOC, 37% white, 59 speak a language other than English, and 28 were born out in countries outside the United States. So again, we continue to make sure that we have a police department that reflects the community we live and serve, and we're always working to make sure we improve upon that. Moving forward, we want to continue to focus on individuals who are driving violence in the city, and particularly gun violence. And also try to connect people who need services in general. We're implemented a CIT dispatch protocol, making sure that officers that are trained in how to deal with people who suffer from mental health issues and things that affect go to those calls when they receive them, particularly since they've had this specialized training. And again, we're trying to expand our community ComStat to reach every neighborhood and do it a lot more frequently in general. We will continue to engage the public in general, continuing our recruitment campaign. And for the business community, we recently started a safe shopping initiative, trying to address some of the issues that have plagued some of the small businesses and larger businesses more recently, trying to make sure that we're responsive to their needs, making sure that our business community stays thriving in our city. We have Crime Stoppers, which is now accepting videos and photos. So not only can people give anonymous tips to the police department, they can also send in photos and actual videos, which will hopefully help us drive down crime and actually hold those accountable who are actually doing some of the worst crimes in the city. And as always, we're going to strengthen our partnership with the community we serve, with anyone who can help us particularly deal with some issues that aren't really equipped, we're not really equipped to do, or maybe we should be the first line people there in the first place. Other highlights we have going forward, given the nature of the political world we live in nowadays, and just the level of protests and things in general, we're going to continue to make sure our officers are highly trained in how to deal with protests and things of that nature, as well as we started a new public service pathway for young folks in general, some type of internship of creating a source of people that may want to be police officers or might want to learn more about that. Internally, we are going to start a peer support app for our officers to make sure they have more additional things concerning their health and welfare, as well as we started the civilian development series for our civilian personnel, just to provide professional outlets for them as well. They make up a good portion of our population of people that work here, but yet sometimes we neglect some of them in some ways, and we're doing a great deal to make sure that they also are developed and growing in our department. So these are some of the highlights that which we're working on. I'm also proud to say that this past year we had a 92% clearance rate amongst our homicides, and crime was down in virtually all categories except for 2 prior to that. So community feedback. So post-community CompStat surveys, when we talked about the community CompStat, have had a tremendous impact on the community as far as people who participated in those. Most people who've actually participated said it helped them understand crime in their district. 98% of the people who participated said that. 91% said it made them feel more confident about police. 74% said that it made them feel safer in their neighborhoods. 87% said it made them feel more comfortable interacting with the police. And 94% said it helped them gain a better understanding of how police work to keep their neighborhoods safe. So we had a couple of quotes, and I would, for the purpose of time, and just give you an example of how much they appreciate our community CompStat and putting them at the center of what we do. Someone said, "I applaud the BPD for their community policing efforts, having social workers embedded, hub tables, providing resources, youth liaisons. It's all amazing. I've noticed you're also putting all this on the website. Community should continue to applaud you for that. The department sets a national model for community policing. Community CompStat participates in East Boston." We've done these a few places, and overall, the impact that we've had in the community it's been pretty large and well received everywhere we've gone, particularly around our community CompStat initiative. Crime stats, you've heard it said before, but we are probably, if not the most safest major city in America, but close to that. In comparison, community policing is certainly working in Boston in that way. And out of 70 major U.S. cities, according to the Chiefs of Police Association, in Q1 of 2024, there's only two agencies that have a lower homicide than Boston out of those 70 cities. Currently, we are at 3, which is, again, 3 is way too many. We would like it to be none, but in comparison to even where we were before last year, it's almost an 80% reduction in crime. In relation to 2023, Part 1 crime per 1,000 people per population, Boston is about 24. As you can see, New Orleans, did no offense to these other great cities I'm making reference to, it's just for comparison purposes only, that New Orleans is around 59, Washington, D.C. is around 48, Detroit is around 67, Seattle is around 63, Denver is around 69, and Philadelphia is around 59. Again, a little bit more around that in the category of violent crime versus total property crime versus Part 1 crimes. Again, Boston leads the way in all 3 categories as another way to take a look at that. Again, to build even more, According to the Gallup poll, particularly last year, Americans rated both Boston and Dallas the two safest cities in America, and Axios said Boston was ranked #1 as the safest city in America. And of course, last year, and I'm not talking about this year we still have a little ways to go, but last year we reached a historic low in homicides in 23. And as always, it takes a lot of work from a lot of partners, as well as the good work of the men and women that work here and the proactive work we do, but the partnership through all the city agencies that are involved in trying to keep our city safe. So with that being said, I concluded our PowerPoint here and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. And again, I want to just thank everybody who showed up to give public testimony. I want to thank the BPD for all their hard work. Also want to acknowledge all of your team that's in attendance, and also recognize our new Executive Director of OPAT, Executive Director Cavallo. Now I'll turn it over to my council colleagues in order of arrival for questions. Councilor Murphy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, and your team for being here today. And happy National Police Week, which we know highlights the hard work you do, the dedication, but also honors and remembers those who have lost their life. It's a dangerous job you do, so thank you. Also, you highlighted it, but for your commitment, for building the strong relationships in the community. I saw many of you yesterday at the wonderful Mother's Day Walk for Peace. I see you at the Coffee with the Cop, but even last week in East Boston at the Senior Center, I spoke with one of the social workers who's driving along and working directly with the patrolman there, and they both spoke so highly of the effectiveness of that partnership. So thank you for committing to that. The one thing you talked about, the majority of your budget is 80% staff and then 20% just keeping the lights on. And how much do you need to work and put into grants to do all the extra work that's needed to support our youth and teens and seniors? And we know that it's those partnerships and those, the work you do there that is the prevention and helps with the trauma. We had a hearing on Friday with Councilor Fitzgerald and the Public Health Committee about the trauma response, and we want to prevent, but then also make sure we're there to support. So how much do we need to raise and how much do we spend, do we know, in grants?
So are you asking how much do we elicit in grants each year, or are you asking
Yes.
how much more do we need?
Well, both, right? Because, because oftentimes we're not, people want us, to look closely and shave your budget, but we know there's so much you do reach outside of the budget that our taxpayers spend. And
We do, ask for a fair amount in grants, but please.
For fiscal year 25, we have approximately $11 million in external funds coming into the Boston Police Department that serves various programs throughout the city. So next year, we're projecting about $11 million.
Okay, that's good. And it's a lot of work to get those grants, so thank you for that commitment to that. Yeah. And you mentioned, though, Commissioner, like how much more could you need? Where do you see a need as things shift? And we talk about, crime being down, but at the same time, we need, and people want the police in their community, right? Especially with the strong relationships you have across the different neighborhoods.
Yeah, I think we've done a pretty good job, projecting and asking for what we need currently going forward, but, certainly the future, who knows what's in the future. Always technology is a very important thing out there because in general, crime changes, it evolves, particularly around the use of technology and technology out there. And to be quite honest with you, there are, people that for some reason want our police department to not have technology to even be able to solve crimes. And the fact is criminals have no barriers to what they do. And so just making sure that we keep up with the latest technology to make sure that we keep people safe around that is always very important.
And if you could just touch on the staffing projections. We're often trying to advocate to get more classes in and expand so more people want to even apply to be police officers.
Yes, absolutely. And so I know, as I said, we just had a class that just came through recently. Our issue has not been, because through your support, certainly in the mayor's support, it has not been an issue of having the funds to actually try to get a class. It's actually been about making sure we had enough people to fill a class around that stuff. So give them a second. I'll get you the
Yeah,
latest.
thank you. You can tell, yeah. Yeah, we'll pick you up, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilor Murphy, for the question. So as was mentioned, over the last several years, we saw a fairly dramatic decline in the number of Boston residents in particular that were interested in becoming a police officer or taking the first step of taking the civil service exam. So what we did this past year was really focus on recruitment in our neighborhoods to make sure that we attracted a diverse group of qualified individuals who wanted to serve the city as members of the Boston Police Department. And we were able to increase the number of residents that signed up from 2023, which was at about 370 residents, to 1,170 in 2024 through that recruitment. The civil service exam was given in March, and we're anticipating that that list is going to be certified by the state's Human Resources Division later this summer, at which point we will draw from that list to start at least one recruit class in 2025 to supplement the last two fairly large graduating classes that we've been able to deploy into the districts.
I think, is your question how many vacancies we had with sworn?
Yeah, that'd be nice to know too,
Yeah, 253,
vacancies.
yes.
Sorry. That's all, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Murphy. Councilor Fitzgerald, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the panel for coming today. First of all, just want to say thank you for all the work that you guys do. Not only are we first in the nation, we're the best in the nation as well, and so we continue. We hope to that continues, and I know it will. And especially a thank you to the community outreach that you guys do early on. And I know with your CSOs, a couple of the constituents, I'll give a shout out to Kerry Ryan and Lauren Woods as two constituents of mine that do a great job in representing that for you all. My first question is about mass and cast at this point and the summer plan. And I just want to make sure we're, as we see the uptick in the warmer weather, are we properly funded there to address it, and if not, what would need to happen?
And so when you say address it, you mean the number of personnel that exists there, or?
Well, if is there a little bit, do we have a summer plan going into the warmer months, and if so, is there, what is that detail? What are the details of that, and how can we support that?
Yeah, I believe next Monday, next Tuesday, we're going to announce our summer plan going forward with the city as well. And so, we will do that on that date to go through it. But as always, we always have a plan. That's not new. I mean, we have to have a strategy virtually every day of the week. So, but the fact is that we have a number of personnel that we use to address the issues and problems there. It's just that if it's about optics of that's a little different. But the fact is, if crimes are what we're really concerned about, and making sure we address that. And so, we are sufficiently, rolling people through, whether it's different districts, and actually our specialized units to address any concerns in the area.
Thank you, Commissioner. The street outreach team that you have, I know. Can you just briefly describe their role, and is there plans to expand this? I believe you currently, is there 6 street outreach team officers at the moment?
Yeah, street outreach is a very important unit, and that's a specialized work. Particularly since mass and cast has kind of gone away. The reality is that some of the issues, particularly involving drug disorders and things of that nature are such, they're prevalent everywhere, and it's all throughout the city where it can pop up. So having people that are used to dealing with that, but more importantly, we have a ton of partnerships around that, and around folks. So we run across people, whether it's that struggle with being housed or have some type of drug issue or problem, making sure that we partner with people to address that. And they're a primary source for that, but actually all officers have to kind of have some training in some aspect of this stuff, because the fact is that that unit will probably never be big enough to address that on its own. It's not that kind. It was really intended at the time when Mass and Cass was at its height and point. But the fact is they do tremendous work. That personnel in that unit are very dedicated. But we have to supplement that with other officers as this issue spreads to other parts of the city. And it has been in the city for a while in general. It's just as it disperses, it makes it a little bit more difficult for a small unit to address all of those needs, particularly with the number of officers that we're still trying to bring on to our job. We'd love to be all things and have even more specialized units in some ways, but right now we need to hopefully at some point get up to full staff, and then it's a lot easier to actually branch off and have more people in specialized units.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would just say, speaking for my South End constituency, that the Mass and Cass is not over to them. And so I would hope to still see a dedicated involvement from this team in that area where it's concentrated. But just putting my plug in.
And it's not just there, it's in other parts of the city. Remember, substance use disorders is a thing that's been in this city for a very long time, in every other city. The fact is, we just need to know how to deal with it wherever it is, not just in one particular location. And so, and then we've seen it pop up in other places as well.
Thank you. So on Friday, we had the Boston Public Health Commission here talking about their newly branded Boston Community Healing Response Network. And as we talked about, the Walk for Peace yesterday, and the Clementina Cherry and the Louis D. Brown Peace Institute were actually part of that panel on Friday as well. And we talked about sort of the symbiotic relationship that the network has with the third party providers. And I'm just wondering, in that healing, which is really what they're focused on now, right? That process, are we supporting that? I know that there's an opportunity for duplicative efforts and sort of what the police may do and what Boston Public Health Commission can do, but are we, I see it as more supportive, and I want to make sure we are supporting the work that the Boston Public Health Commission and Louis D. Brown Peace Institute are doing on the Boston police side to make sure we're filling our needs there.
Yeah, so, and then they've been always a tremendous partner just in the city in general. And so, we really deal around, crime, fear crime, and addressing issues around that. And then we rely on our partners to handle some of the other issues around that. So we are supportive of them, and I think they're supportive of us in so many ways. And, I think we will always be, because the fact is that it kind of goes hand in hand. And look forward to always talking and partnering to figure out how we can be more supportive and vice versa around dealing with the issues related to that. And so, unsure, what do you mean for partnerships? Are you talking about clarity of roles, or what?
No, I just know that when the family resource officers that were asking, that they've asked for more money to budget for, and to make sure, is that where we should put it, or should we put it more in the Boston Public Health Commission, what they're doing to do their family outreach with the other folks, and just where that money goes, and making sure we're getting the right.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
So, those are police officers involved, and the fact is, I just told you the number of officers that we had were fully staffed. We could do a lot more in specialized units across the board. And so the deployment of staff, I probably, like to have the right to be able to deploy people where we need at the time. Yeah. They are an asset. There's no doubt about that. They care about the work that's been done. They are tremendous in that way, and we'd love to have more to do that. But we're a big city. We have a lot of issues and problems in general, and so we just want to make sure that we're reflective. We don't, when we pull from police officers from one place, that's deducted from another, and we're not bringing them in faster than they're leaving. And so we have to take this in consideration. But we want to think about it and be thoughtful around it to make sure that we're putting them at the best use. And so, hearing what was just said, I hear you, and I can understand that, because the work they do is really, really important. And so, we will be thoughtful about that as we think about our units in general.
Thank you, Commissioner. And probably last question before I run out of time is, in addressing the testimony around technology, I know you're finishing up your surveillance ordinance requirement, and so we will be seeing that soon. Do you think there's newer technology out there that would help the Boston Police fight crime better today? And if so, are there examples of that? When we talk about the ShotSpotter technology, I mean, is there something better out there? And if so, what is it?
Well, ShotSpotter is its own technology. I think sometimes people don't necessarily understand, parts and issues of it. Like the fact is that you can have one case and it counts as 3 or 4 times, and so it can give a false reading as though it seems as though you have all of these ShotSpotter activations that don't actually link to something. But the fact is it's because it's how it's counted. ShotSpotter is a really, really important technology that we have and use. It's how we stay safe. It's very, very important. And to actually how we deploy and actually we address certain neighborhoods and issues and crime around that. A lot of the calls, and I don't know the percentage of it, and someone will probably remind me of it soon. The fact is that there are shooting incidents, things of that nature where people don't dial 911, whether it's due to the late hour or what. And the fact is, it's extremely important tool for us to be able to do our job around the notification, as well as other parts that it's very helpful around the actual prosecution of the case, the reenactments of things. The technology is very, very useful. But there are other technologies, and particularly in the future, particularly around AI that's in the future that's out there that's actually being used to perpetrate crime right now that we don't necessarily understand nor have an appreciation or any knowledge on the use of this stuff. And so as the world changes, we need to really catch up and keep up with the fact is that people are being taken advantage of on a daily basis using these technology pieces, and we're already behind. So there's certainly a lot of technology that we need to start to either use, enhance, or even understand just to protect people in the public.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, panel. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Council President Louis Jen, Councilor Flynn, and also Councilor Mejia. Councilor Braden, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. Good to see you all. I meet regularly with the captain at District 14 just to get a lay of the land, what's happening, and I think the staffing issues are very important across the city. I think every precinct is probably short on staff. One thing in our district, we probably have more fatalities from road traffic accidents and collisions and pedestrians and bicyclists. So I appreciate that when you're short-staffed, traffic enforcement, even the visibility of an officer and a cruiser on the street is not always possible given your staffing. But I'm just wondering, in terms of using technology for folks who are running red lights, and where are we at with that conversation about cameras on traffic lights, that people are running red lights at a huge...
Yeah, traffic cameras are usually not in our purview. I think that's more of a city-related, the transportation department purview around that, and so that's all I could really say about that. But I will say this, is that we can and will be certainly increasing our traffic enforcement in general, because we have seen an uptick in the number of deaths due to traffic accidents and things of that, crashes and things of that nature. And so that is something we are going to start to emphasize.
Mm-hmm. And also kudos to your officers in District 14. There was a collision on a pedestrian was hit on a crosswalk a few weeks ago. Now, recently, this last week, they provided emergency support, took care of the situation, and even happened with community partnership. They managed to find the 2 dogs that the person was walking. The dogs ran off when the accident happened, so it was an all-points bulletin to find the dogs as well. So it was a happy ending. The young man is injured, but he survived, and we're very happy that wasn't a more tragic incident. The other issue, I really think a lot of the issues that our officers are called to in Ulster-Brighton involve mental health, folks in mental health crisis. What's the status of the clinicians, the best clinicians that are available across the city, and specifically at District 9. What have we got out there?
And so, and thank you for that. I know we added a few last year. 1 second. So currently we have 12 full-time clinicians and 2 unfilled ones currently available.
Okay. The other thing, Crime Stoppers, I know when I go to community meetings, the community officer always, that was someone from Crime Stoppers came along and talked about the program. I'm just looking it up on is there an app for Crime Stoppers, or how do you do it? I haven't had to report a crime recently, so thankfully.
Yeah, so Crime Stopper, we just added a new app where people can, obviously they can report stuff anonymously through Crime Stoppers, but we were giving them the ability to actually send in pictures or video, which is really important. So people can do that also anonymously as well, with a link to how to do that. We just recently announced it so this app has been going on about, I want to say maybe the last 30 days or so. So I can't tell you how any stats on that just yet, but we anticipate it.
So do you have any like social media graphics, etc., to help spread the word that app's available? Because I think, I find out about stuff on a Facebook discussion group. Like somebody says, "Did you see these guys walking down the street checking all the doors and on the cars and at 2 o'clock in the morning?" And going like, so they're talking about it on our discussion group on Facebook, but they're not reporting it to the police department. So that's not really helpful at the end of the day.
No, it's not. And we do talk about it in community meetings, but also our website, we put a lot of our information on our website on how to access it, and we've enhanced our website over the past year. I don't know if anyone's seen it more recently, but it should be a lot more user-friendly and visually more attractive to look at and be able to access tons of our data in general, and actually tools that we have to help the public around that.
Yeah. The other thing I'd like to give you a shout out for our local District 14, our community officers, very involved with PAL Soccer and Road to the Right Track, so offering programming for our youth. I just know across the city, I think that's really important, because we have a sort of a deficit in Alston Brighton for those sort of youth programs from BCYF and other youth development. We try, but I think there's more need than we are actually meeting at the moment. In terms of youth programming, community engagement through youth programming, and possibly recruitment of future officers, get the pipeline. What sort of resources are we contributing to that?
Also, we have a ton of youth programming throughout the summer in all districts for the most part. I think last year, I ran through a whole list of it. It was multiple pages of it, and excuse me if it's not coming to the top of my head, but we do have a ton of programs that we do with youth during the summer, from I think fishing to softball to there's a whole host of programs throughout the city, particularly with the community service officers that work in each district around that, and some of our partners as well. From basketball to a whole host of other things. We love working with youth. We have officers that are tremendous at that, and they do a great job with it in general. And we'd love to be able to do a lot more. But I think the city's doing a great job, particularly this summer, making sure that every student that needs a job that's in Boston Public School gets a job, and as well as all the other services that are out there. I think the city's doing a great job of, whether it's open the pools and things of that nature, to make sure that they have ample time around that. And I think the partnership of all this together goes a long way in making us a safe city.
Yes, I agree, and I think the partnerships, and it takes a village, so I think that's really important. That's really all I have. I just want to thank you for your service and all the work you're doing, and I appreciate you're going to be coming to the neighbourhood for a ComStat very soon, and we look forward to having that community conversation with you.
Absolutely. Look forward to
Thank
seeing you
you.
tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Coletta, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all so much for being here and your testimony. Thank you for your work generally. There's too many thank yous for folks here and in the audience and out in my district, so I'll just have that general expression of gratitude suffice, hopefully. And also congratulations to Attorney Covarlo. I look forward to working with you in OPAT. I'm happy to see the cadet class and recent classes reflect the City of Boston, so there's been significant work that's been taken on by this department, and there's some serious successes that you can point to, so I just want to congratulate you on that. I've really enjoyed working with you all on the issue of contaminated drinks and protecting some of our patrons in bars and restaurants across the City of Boston. Last year, we pushed for more detectives to be on duty on weekends and in evenings to service folks who feel like they have been victims of this crime. We were also able to institute some reforms when it comes to data tracking and making sure that no matter if somebody has been sexually assaulted, they will get a detective. And so I'm wondering about the progress of that. Have we increased the detectives' personnel line item? Have we been able to meet the needs of folks who feel like they have been victims of this crime? And has the data tracking been helpful to curb some of this behavior?
I'll start off by saying thank you very much. Part of the issues around detectives is actually promoting them, and we get them from the officers, and I've been a little reluctant around some of that stuff, but we are addressing it. Super.
Good morning. Yeah, we've lost some detectives to promotions. We've lost some detectives to retirement. So although we've lost detectives, the effort is still there. We've consolidated, right? We've in each district we have detectives. The work you did with Captain Driscoll now, amazing. So the tracking is working. What we're doing now is that we're ensuring, so we have detectives in sexual assault, but in addition to that, we have detectives in the district that help the sexual assault detectives. So, for instance, if there were a crime that occurred in Brighton, we have a detective in Brighton that will initially go out to that call as well as a sexual assault. Together, they'll work that case, but then again, there's a whole host of resources that come in with that as well. The Family Justice Center, we have detectives there that often will jump in. So there's always going to be a number of detectives that will contribute and address the crime or the incident.
Thank you for that. So last week on Friday, I was happy to attend Councilor Fitzgerald's hearing on trauma, and that was specifically in response to gun violence in the City of Boston. And I wanted to be mindful that it wasn't necessarily centered on sexual assault. And so wondering what the training is for your officers in order to provide dignity to these individuals who have come forward and said that they have been victims. And then just generally, I think I'm a little disappointed to hear that the detectives in the sexual assault unit have gone down. Is that correct? Did I get that wrong? Please feel free to clarify if I'm mistaken.
I think currently right now, I think we lost, I think we're down to one to disability and one that's been recently promoted. But we are going to, again, that position is a priority. That position will be filled shortly.
Okay. And then can you speak to the training for folks within the department?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, all our officers certainly in that unit are trained to, first and foremost, to believe, right? Believe what's being said to them and things of that nature. As far as the detective training, Super could probably elaborate more about some of that stuff, but I want to explain that, how we work. So you hear we're down in the area. Well, when we promote people, we take from another area, and it all goes back to officers coming in the door, right? As we pull or promote, we're taking from the body of officers or the detectives and things of that nature, which is going to make one area smaller than the next until we can actually do something around that. So I don't want it to come across that looks as though we're making a unit smaller. Not, it's people were promoted out of it, and so we have to promote into it. But usually we try to wait for promotions around academy classes, the number of those academy classes as we get more bodies in. So I did want to try to explain that a little bit so it doesn't look as though that we don't care about a unit or don't prioritize that. It's just that we need bodies in the seats to be able to promote and do all the things that we do.
So all detectives go through a 4-week academy. And in addition to that, detectives who are in special sexual assault, they receive additional special training. So if there is an incident even officers understand when they arrive. They get educated by our Family Justice Center. We go out and we have conversations with officers, and they understand that whenever there is an incident, that we understand, we listen to the survivors, but then they yield. The rest of the question is coming to the professionals, the detectives who understand and know how to direct the line of questioning. So district detectives are well versed in it. Obviously, the sexual assault detectives, they receive additional training. But again, there's constant communication. There's always people, officers and detectives are constantly educating themselves as well as their supervisors.
Thank you, and I would love to continue talking offline about this and how we can best support victims and survivors and some of those instances. And I do want to switch to the contracted services, particular line items, if that's okay. So in the RFI that you provided, thank you, was very detailed. So there's a couple of line items that stick out. One of them is Centra Technology. We've spent over $15 million on their services since 2018. So I'm just wondering, what is Centra Technologies to the Boston Police Department? Why have we spent over $50 million on their services since 2018? What is the main function of their contract? And why did we sign on to renew their contract from 2023 through 2026? And how are they different than Brick Analysts? This is Centra Technologies, Inc. It's for intelligence analytic personnel. It's for $5.6 million until 2026.
Yeah, those are the analysts that work in the BRIC, the consultants, individuals that actually do the analysts in our BRIC.
Okay, and they're different than the EOP, what is this? EOPPS BRIC allocation that we got from last year?
That is different. The analyst that we have with Centra is through UASI funding. The BRIC allocation that we have that has come in from the state, approximately, I think it's like $3.5 million over the past 5 years. That's going to allow us to hire analysts to have a real-time crime center and beef that up so it's 24/7. So we're looking forward to that. And I think we actually have those positions out there posted and hoping to fill that and beef up the real-time crime center so that we have 24/7 analysts on board at the BRIC.
I'm sorry, one last question, Chair, just on that point. How many people is that supposed to hire?
Out of the BRIC, the allocation funding that we receive from EOPS?
For Centra Technologies, because we were told that's going to hire, so the ones coming out of the Executive Office of Public Safety, that's supposed to bring 8 new personnel, but then for Centra Technologies, how many folks is that contracting out?
Hold on, we'll have a director come speak to that.
Thank you.
Sorry, thanks, Councilor. I'm Ryan Walsh, the director of the Boston Regional Intelligence Center. So the Centra Technology contract and the EOPS funding are separate. So the Centra Technology contract is for analysts that are hired through our UASI grant program. So that's how we hire analysts under that program. That funds about 12 positions, mostly focused on counterterrorism issues in the city, as is that sort of UASI grant. The Urban Area Security Initiative grant program funds that portion. The EOPS positions are sort of a separate item. We're going to fund 8.5 positions under the EOPS funding. Those will go towards the Real-Time Crime Center, our criminal intelligence liaison network, so we can work more efficiently with the state police and transit police and Massport, as well as 2 community CompStat analysts to sort of bolster the Commissioner's Community CompStat program that we launched last year.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Peppin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you so much to the panelists, Commissioner. It's good to see you here, and to the members of your team, the officers I see. Thank you so much for the work you do. I also just want to take a quick opportunity to thank the captains of my districts out there, Captain Flynn, Captain Hoppy, and Captain Hamilton. They all do such amazing work out there. I'm very grateful for them. I believe B3 is having a coffee with a cup tomorrow at Almont Park. So shout out to Derek from B3 for always doing such a good job. Really appreciate the work he does. My first question is regarding the crossing guards positions. So since taking office, I've really focused on the safety of pedestrians, specifically in our school areas. But I've been, after doing some research, from a few weeks ago, it seems like there's still over about 30 openings on the crossing guard positions. So I just want to know, what are the major obstacles that you're facing when hiring for this position? Do you think it should live under BPD? Should we follow a model like other cities do, like Cambridge, where they do out of the transportation department, or some cities do it even under the school department? But also, I also come up with the idea of like, maybe at an event like your Coffee with a Cop, can we use that as a job fair opportunity to expose those opportunities to the residents to become a crossing guard?
Yeah, thank you, Councilor. Yes, so I think we have over 51 vacancies in school crossing guards, and so it's clearly we're having some difficulty, filling those positions or attracting folks for those. We're using more of our opportunities with public events, whether it's, we're not doing it with Coffee with a Cop, but maybe we should, like you just made mention. But we do it at the Mayor's Coffee Hour and other events where we are using that as an opportunity to highlight, openings that we do have at the police department. That is a serene position. I am certainly willing to have conversations about that if another agency in the city thinks that they can fulfill that in a better way. When you have 51 positions in that, in an important position, that's pretty important. Clearly, we're failing at that one, and so, certainly I'd be willing to have a conversation about that. Because school crossing guards are important. When they're not filled, we have to send police officers out there to do that. And so, I wish I could say what all the impediments are. We have a lot of impediments in general, getting people to work for the police department, just due to sometimes the negative image that people associate it without the, regardless of the hard work that men and women do and the importance of the work that they do, the negative narrative always seems to outshine the work that's been done, and sometimes people just don't want to be associated with something that they think has negativity to it. That's why we're always trying to emphasize the importance of the work we do and the good work that our folks do in general, and that might be reflective in our inability to fill those positions.
And I appreciate that, and I just as a father of an incoming PPS student next year. I just want to make sure that all our schools across the city have crossing guards. So definitely would love to have that conversation later on with you and to see how we can brainstorm something.
Yeah, absolutely.
In regards to, so cultural events are picking up in our city. Obviously with warmer weather, there's a lot of festivals. I'm part of the Dominican community. We have the Dominican Festival, the Puerto Rican Festival coming up. My question is in regards to the details. How much are the event organizers charged to pay for details? Is there any sort of negotiation that happens? I just want to know so that I can know what to expect going forward.
So, do you want to talk about the contractual?
So many of these special events, we draw down through overtime. We're funded through overtime. I'm not aware of any details that are paid by the vendors for these special events, such as the different parades that we have, the different festivals that we have throughout the city. So we use our force, but it's usually on overtime or the day tour, and then obviously what we need to fill the gaps throughout the city to fund those festivals.
Okay, so it's never coming from the actual organizers of the events. It's overtime.
It's overtime.
Okay, just.
I think on some occasion there might be an event that may require, or they might do special events, attach, a detail associated with it. But I think for the most part, it's usually, filled through overtime or our own direct personnel. There's a lot of events in the city. We're a major city, and that's what makes it so great in a lot of ways. And so that's a great deal of our workload is around that.
That's very good clarity, and I appreciate that just when I'm helping out the applicants in the future. I want to also highlight something that Councilor Braden mentioned, which is also really important in my district. It's no surprise across the city there's fatalities because of just pedestrian incidents. It's a lot of speeding, a lot of traffic violations. There is a lot of speeding in my district. There is a lot of major intersections that need a little bit more attention. I'm thinking about the intersection where American Legion and Cummings Highway connects, and there's a fire station right there. So there's just a lot going on. But I'm getting a lot of emails from residents asking me why isn't the police doing more traffic enforcement. You kind of answered it to Councilor Braden's question, but I just want to know, do you have any
strategic plans coming in the near future to bring this to attention. I want to make sure that we are avoiding it as much as possible, and also holding those drivers accountable, because I have seen drivers that are constantly running red lights, avoiding stop signs, avoiding the stop sign of the buses for the schools.
No, I appreciate your question. As you know, particularly, and this is not a good problem to have, but it's a better problem than other cities have. As our violent crime goes down, we start to address the main concern of residents. And prior to that, it certainly was around violence. Now, as we're doing all we can to make sure that it's a safe city. Now, quality of life issues, which is around traffic enforcement, things of that nature are starting to appear. And we are starting to address, right, around their concerns around that. And we will, particularly around this summer. Again, staffing is always a consideration. Not, staffing from the sense that we're looking for more funds, it's just making sure we have the manpower to be in these positions to do that. That's not a luxury we have right now, but we are going to make a conscious effort to certainly switch our priorities around more quality of life issues in the city, particularly this summer.
Council, if I just add on that, we had a conversation, with the commissioner about this just the other day. Obviously, there has been an increase in the fatalities. That was brought up at the beginning of this meeting. I will say what we've done is obviously there's a finite number of resources that we have, but through the BRIC, we're able to highlight the areas, prioritize the areas where we see the most accidents. And I know Bureau of Field Services, they oversee the districts. The districts are getting a lot of their feedback, from the community, where they're seeing problems, as well as our own data. And right now, currently, what we do is, we have our own traffic enforcement in the district. We work with a mobile operations unit, and we currently have them going to these areas right now where we're seeing an increase in traffic accidents and fatalities.
And I just want to add, thank you for that, Chief, that the BRICS just did a recent presentation just to all our commanders in general, talking about traffic fatalities, crashes, things of that nature, to highlight, areas and locations, where statistically we have issues and problems. If you don't measure it, it's really hard to know how bad the problem is or isn't. And so, that's something that we've been, led by the BRIC, making sure that we're informed about where these are. And that's what the chief was just making reference to, is about we started to actually give this information out and making sure people are aware and asking people to address these concerns.
No, I appreciate that, Commissioner, and thank you, Chief, for your points. Oh, yeah.
Council, if I can add, that particular area you're speaking of, we understand that late night we have a particular group that comes out, and they like to use that as a raceway. The gentleman off to my left here actually ran the operation. We ran a joint operation in the area, and what we found, there is enforcement. We're mailing citations. We're not going to chase folks around, right? We are identifying who they are. We're mailing citations. That, there's the de-escalation component, but also we're holding those individuals accountable. So when the registry comes calling, they really understand, and we drive them back out of the city. That strategy is continuing. I know that our Deputy Harris is here, and she's overseeing that initiative. That strategy will continue throughout. And again, they'll change their locations, which we just recently saw happen in the South End over in Boston. And we'll continue to monitor, but also the enforcement will be there.
I really appreciate that. I actually did not know that you mailed citations like that. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. Sure. So I appreciate it. I know my time is over, but I just want to say thank you for your answers.
Thank you. Council Webber, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I guess just to start, I think Councilor Mejia and I heard this weekend from a family in the Mildred Haley apartments, and they were feeling unsafe after talking to resident groups. They said that after there was a raid in February where there were a couple dozen arrests, that things had actually gotten worse in terms of illicit activities moving inside the buildings rather than outside. Have you heard anything? Do you have any plans? I'd also heard from residents while I was running for office that they wanted a return of walking beats to Mildred Haley. So I'm interested to hear what you've heard currently and what your plans are.
So I had not heard that about Mildred Haley. I do know that this is a location that we're very aware of, and I know particularly our Youth Violence Strike Force has spent a lot of time in that area, particularly working with some of the families and the youth in that area, connecting them with Youth Connect and other services. And I think the city has also been in there making sure that there's been some services to make sure that we fill any voids that are left by the people that we were able to take out as a part of that sting, that were actually providing mentorship in a negative way in that community. So I know I had not heard that what you made mention. As far as the walking beats, I will say this, is that we were making a conscious effort to make visibility around that, and that usually means walking in general across the board. The traditional walking beats in certain neighborhoods all the time. Sometimes you just need numbers for that, and we are probably the smallest we've been in a very long time. That makes it more difficult, but that doesn't mean that we can't do it. We can't, we just need to have everyone engaging in this, and then that's what we're trying to do around that, and putting people in the right place. But, I'm not saying that what you say is not accurate. It very much could be. I just have not heard that, but we will follow up with that.
Okay, yeah, maybe we can set up a meeting, but that's for later. So we talked a little bit about mental health calls. What is the department's practice with hiring social workers or people with mental health experience and having them respond to calls?
So we have best team clinicians, and we've had them for probably about a 10-year period, who actually correspond, to these calls with us when, if they're working, if or when they're working. As well as we have officers that are trained in how to respond to that in general. The issue is that we don't have enough to do 24/7, the work around the clock around that. But we've had our best clinicians work with our department for at least a 10-year period, if not longer. And so if 911 receives a call and it's certainly an indication that the person suffers from some type of mental health call, that particular unit will be called to go and address the issues with that.
Do you know how many clinicians are currently, are they
12.
Are they employed by the department or full-time?
Yes.
Okay. And, 12?
They're contracted, sorry. Yep.
Currently, there are 12 best clinicians, and there are 2 openings that we're hoping to fill, so that we have a total of 14, and that's throughout the district. So we have 2 right now that we are seeking to get clinicians for.
Okay, are you looking to expand that, or are these openings previous existing openings, or are you trying to expand the number?
No, these are openings, and unfortunately, they're contracted through BMC, and they're tough to hire. It's a long process, but I think we're pretty well staffed right now, having 12 with two remaining. But they're in the districts, and they're out there, and they're assisting our offices with these mental health calls.
Yeah, and I just want to leave out our partner in Youth Connect, in the sense that we run across a ton of youth that might have some issues, and particularly in their families, and they actually, we make recommendations to them, referrals to them, and they go in and work with families, particularly around mental health issues and things of that nature, for a ton of youth, and they're embedded in multiple stations throughout our district. And so we have to rely on a lot of partnership with this stuff, and luckily we have a lot of great partners here in the city.
Okay, just turning to ShotSpotter, we talked a little bit about that. What is the staffing, from the department side for ShotSpotter?
So it's technology. So you mean staffing as far as what?
Well, I assume you have people who are
so we have people.
Is there anyone who monitor the system?
Yeah. So we have personnel that work in the brick, and we can have a director who can make reference to that. But it's technology that we purchased some years ago, and it was initially through 911, and then later on it was enhanced a little bit more around that. And so it's our current staff in general. So it's again a tool around that. The directors here, I don't want to misspeak around that, but I don't know if we have full-time dedicated people just for ShotSpotter. I think it's a tool that we use as a part of what we do.
There's no full-time dedicated staff for ShotSpotter.
No. Okay. It's just a tool to help us do the job that we currently do. Yes.
Okay, and then I guess, what's your response to the ACLU? Their data is 70% or...
So again, we're in the business of doing this every day. I don't think they have a public safety, certainly core mission. And so, as I described to you, ShotSpotter, there's certainly aspects of it. If you understand the technology, because we use it every day, we understand it a lot more than others, is that, you can have an event. If I were to shoot the gun off in this room, if I pause in between my shots, that could be 2, 3, 4 events in one exchange or what happens. So it has the ability to look, if you look out the greater data, so it looks like you have a lot more false positives, so to speak, around that. And the reality.
Do you have a number on that? I'm sorry to interrupt you, Commissioner.
No, but I mean, not with me right now. I guess if offline, if you'd like to come over out of the place, we can help explain that. But ShotSpotter is a tool where they're just notifying us that a shot went off. And the fact is, if someone has a revolver, things of that nature, and they keep their gun, it's not going to leave any ballistic evidence. But the fact is, it saves lives. So by us showing up, acknowledging this occurs, if someone's actually shot, and this is something that people don't necessarily measure, is the fact is that getting them the help they need, getting them to the hospital saves lives. We do have people who are shot here, but the fact is that and I want to give kudos to EMS and our hospitals that we work here. A lot of people live, right, because we have a tremendous healthcare agency, and the fact is our response is so quickly. So the fact that ShotSpotter leads to saving lives, I think, in a lot of ways. And so, it's a tool that we use that's helpful. And then when it's time to prosecute and actually do a crime, it is very helpful to actually, portray without being there what happened, where the shots came from, the direction, things of that nature. It is a tremendous tool, but if you're not in public safety, you don't use it every day, it's really easy to speculate on other reasons.
Just a yes or no question, Chair. So would you agree to delay the RFI process or until we can have a hearing on what ShotSpotter is doing?
I've delayed what process? So
you're in the process of contract. We heard your.
So we currently have it. Do I want to continue to have ShotSpotter until?
Would you be willing to delay signing a new 3-year agreement until?
I would not willing to delay a tool that will save lives in the city that we currently use. If that's the case, if it's not the case, in other words, it's something I could put off. Absolutely, right? But the fact is that we're public safety. We care about lives as a tool that we use on a daily basis, and I know it has an impact in a positive way. I think there's just some research that just came out recently. I think it might even come from some of the hospitals talking about the fact of gunshots in neighborhoods, the impact that it has, particularly on people of color and low-income people. The fact is that it goes to shortening their lives in a lot of ways, and so. I'm from the city, and I care deeply about the people who live here, and this is a tool that I attest to that actually works to save lives, and I stand by it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
I want to acknowledge that Councilor Durkin has joined us. Councilor Santana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, and for your team for being here. Really appreciate the work that you all do. I kind of more of a comment, just on ShotSpotter, and leading off my council colleague Weber. I think as you mentioned, I think if you're around public safety as you are 24/7, it's easier for you to understand the different impacts. And I think for the public, and I mean for us as well, I think we just want to know more information of the impact it has, and my comment is in relation to the responses and the response to the technology, and if there's any false, responses of potential impact that can have on community. Those are kind of where my questions will go as we kind of gather more information on that. But my first question, Commissioner, will be just around overtime in your presentation, and I don't want to misquote you, So I'm just asking you to kind of just, say it again. I understood that you said that you're reducing overtime as a whole, or is it reducing replacement overtime by 4.4%? Can you just speak more in terms of?
So that was, we reduced our overtime by 4.4.
Your overall overtime budget?
Yes, replacement overtime. So it had to do with our replacing officers due to shortages. And so the fact is we came up with an inventive program to really take people from specialized units and rotate them into the bigger body of police officers. And by doing that, our replacement overtime went down by 4.4%. When officers aren't there, particularly around a certain minimum amount of officers, then we have to replace them to backfill to make sure we have enough people to go out. And so instead of just hiring overtime, we used other people from other units to rotate through. And by doing that, we had some savings.
Okay. Is it a goal of the department to decrease that overtime budget? I only ask, I see, well, that comment led to that question, but then also I see that in this new budget proposal that the overtime is being increased. So I just want to know, is the goal of the department to decrease overtime?
So I would love to, eliminate all overtime. The reality is most of our overtime is driven by the fact that we don't have officers to do it. So we're filling the gap of officers we have through overtime to make sure that we meet the needs of the city. I mean, and that's really what our overtime is. It's really making sure that we have people in coverage to cover all the events and things that happen. We don't have the bodies to do it, so we're using the bodies we have additionally to cover that gap, and that's what that is. We get up to full staffing, things of that nature, and then yes, there would be a goal to eliminate overtime around that because, to be quite honest with you, our officers would love the opportunity to be with their families, to have days off, and not be forced to work additional hours.
Great. Well, thank you.
I don't mean to interrupt. Can
No?
I just add one additional note?
I think you have to.
There. As salaries increase, no? Okay, I think I'm good. Yes? Yes. Thank you. As salaries increase for the officers, the overtime rate increases, which is why you'll also see a corresponding dollar amount increase in the budget year after year. So those two are also connected because the base overtime rate is based on the salary rate.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that clarification. Going into, as Chair of Public Safety and Education, youth violence and youth safety is a top priority for mine, particularly in our BPS schools as well and our BCYF centers. And can you speak to more about officers in schools? Kind of what's the approach there? Are there any data or notes that you can give us just to have a better understanding of what that is?
Sure, and we do have officers that certainly go to schools and work with schools all the time. We have certainly a school engagement unit that works with the schools. And so, there are certain schools that are a little different in the sense that, we are invited in and we will go and to engage the students, whether it's read books to them, activities, coach, things of that nature, if we are invited in, and there are certainly some schools that do that. And then in other places, we will always go if there's a public safety need for it, and they call us in general. And we have a relationship with the schools around both around that. And so, hold on one second. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get to the school, please. And so I know the school police runs about 20 different programs within the schools, and so many different departments here. Yeah, and so. Yeah, so we do around 29 walk and talks and fixed posts within the schools, within the school police, 162 of those around schools. We, do community meetings within the schools around that. Of course, so we respond to schools for all alarm calls and things of that nature, and there's been quite a few of those within school buildings, well over 1,874. And, of course, the school crossing guards, I made mention if we don't have guards there, our officers show up to those places within the schools. We work with schools in a positive way around playing, whether it's games, Connect Four, things of that nature. I've done all of these things at some of the schools, and as well as dodgeball with our school police and some of the school officers as well. And then, of course, we talked about reading and things of that nature. We have a pretty strong relationship with the schools. That if they need us for public safety, we'll always be there. There's not an issue around that. But like all neighborhoods, people, communities, we have to be invited in. We're not trying to be some type of force there. And so, if invited, we'd love the opportunity to connect and engage students in multiple ways in all ages, shape, and form, because they are our future in law enforcement.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. And I think I'm familiar with a lot of these programs, and I think, many of my colleagues have asked a lot about recruitment, and would love to see just more proactive approach on how we can get, our youth, our BPS kids, more access to these opportunities, and often good paying jobs as well. So my next, staying just on youth, I mean, obviously in the summer, we talk about, the Boston being a national model. Obviously, as summer's heating up, or it's coming up, I should say. And you mentioned kind of the summer plan there. Is there any specific summer plan this upcoming summer in terms of tweaks that we have from last summer that we're learning that we should know about? And then I know also my counselor colleague Fitzgerald mentioned mass and cast. As the weather's warming up, and I see it I live right near it. For the last few months, it's been very empty. And even right now, you're seeing a gradual increase there. Can you speak more, to the approach that for that this summer?
Yeah, and so again, I'll start from mass and cast in the sense that the optics of people walking around, things of that nature, is something we may not ever be able to do anything about. As long as they're not engaging in any criminal activity, that's the part that we will absolutely do stuff and partner with people to deal with some of those issues. And there will be no encampments. That's not what you're seeing at mass and cast right around that right now. We've thanks to the work of this body, we do enforce that around the encampments. As far as the summer plan Tuesday, I don't want to steal the thunder of an announcement on Tuesday, but we're going to enhance and go through our summer plan in general around that. We learn all the time. We don't wait a year before we start to implement things that challenges that we see and ways to address it. We actually do it real time. So there's a ton of things we've probably learned from before, particularly around revelers, things of that nature that we try to implement going forward in general. And so, so next Tuesday we'll talk about our summer plan a little bit more in more detail. I don't want to be coy, but I mean that's what that whole press conference is about that day, to spend it doing that. And then we do understand the optics around the mass and cast area, and we should have more visibility in the area to address that. But I just want to be clear that we're addressing criminal behavior and not the optics of people who are suffering from mental illness or substance use disorder.
Great. No, thank you, Commissioner, and just want to thank you, Chief Tao. Just how accessible you all have been to my office as well. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone, or is it still morning? In fiscal years 21, 22, 23, BPD spent 6 to 8 million less permanent employees than budgeted. Can you tell me why this is?
So your question is in 21, 22, and 23, we spent how much?
6 to 8 million less in permanent employees.
Probably, I don't know, maybe the contract could have been. So I wasn't here in 21, and so I wasn't here part of 22. Yeah. Probably vacancies.
Thank you. So I guess we're budgeting a certain amount, and I just want to understand exactly like what are the increases for, and how much of that allocation is for contracts, or because of the police contract. So 311 million, or approximately, was budgeted in 2023, June 2023, for permanent employees. I guess how much of that increase is for 2024 police contract?
Our increase from fiscal year 24 to 25 in permanent salaries is roughly 1%, and that 1% increase is primarily due to all the collective bargaining agreements being settled in fiscal year 24.
Do you have a dollar amount?
Right now, our permanent employees for fiscal year 25 is 349 million.
Sorry, the difference, what is going toward contracts?
Roughly $5 million.
Thank you. How much has been spent year to date in the permanent employees line item, and up through what date?
I don't have the actuals with me for year to date, but I know that we have significant salary savings as a result of the vacancies that we currently have, both on the sworn and civilian side. That obviously that favorable variance offsets the negative that we have in our overtime, but we have significant salary savings as a result of the amount of vacancies that we currently have.
Thank you. I'll go to programmatic. Just so you know, we're going to come back to, like, I guess round two. We'll go to the number of questions, just so that you're ready. In terms of more programmatic things, I'm interested specifically, how many new captains, sergeants, lieutenants, detectives from, I guess, 23 to date or 24 to date? Have we promoted folks? Have folks become detectives?
Yeah, so we've had a few promotions, that's for sure. I don't know if we can tell you the exact number right now. We have to go back and compile that.
Thank you. Could you send it over with demographics? I want to know exactly how many captains, how many new sergeants, how many new lieutenants, how many new detectives, how many new leads, anybody who's making, above our pay grade, and their demographic, really helpful, just to sort of analyze from previous years to date, moving forward, how are we diversifying leadership? And then in the RFI, part 2 of the RFI on page 11, we asked you about shortfalls, both programmatic and budget, that your department has experienced, and you responded, not applicable. That feels incomplete. Can you explain why it's not applicable? So no shortfalls, no, you got all the money you need, police reform, programmatic stuff, supports with mental health. You all set, or is there no need at all to expand on those programs?
So, you want to? Okay. Yeah, I have to say this, that, we could, we had a wish list. It could be pretty extensive, but It costs money, and the city, spends a great deal of money, allocating things that are important. And so we're aware that we're the second biggest pull on the city's budget. We're aware of that. And the fact is that we're trying to make sure we meet our public safety needs and address future needs, but also doing it not at a cost to other agencies and things of that nature. So
Thanks for your
that's
grace.
just us trying to be respectful, and not just create this giant wish list of things. We could always have more. We could always do stuff with more, but we are also
Understood.
trying to be respectful to other
I
agencies.
understand that. Thank you. I guess, in terms of your employers, your officers, 2,870 officers, can you give me a percentage of officers who worked overtime in 2024?
Of individual officers that work that?
The percentage of overall from the 2,870 officers?
Yeah, that would probably take us a second or two to figure out, which percentage, but it was probably a fair amount.
Thank you. Through the chair, if we can get that on record, submitted, I'd appreciate it. Can you
And
tell
so
me?
I just want to be clear, you want to know the total amount of officers that work overtime?
Yes, and percentage, what is that? I mean, I could do the percentage, but total amount of officers.
So of the 2,000, how many of them worked overtime?
Yes, please.
I just want to be clear on the question, so.
Thank you so much. Can you tell me about your facility upgrades recommendations in capital budget? Which facilities, what building, where, what's happening, what needs to be repaired?
Bear with me for 1 second, please.
No problem. And can you tell me, in terms of the ARPA and ESSER funds, that's going to run out, but the ESSER and ARPA, sorry, it's ESL, it's my fourth language. Can you tell me, it's actually like sustaining the DV advocates right now. Can you tell me how we're planning to replace that? I guess the concern there is that if these monies are running out, like what are we doing to supplement for future
So may I
programs?
ask you, which funds are you referring to?
So in the R5, you responded specifically that ARPA, and you continue to receive funds from ARPA and ESSER for DV advocates, and I guess I'm wondering about plans to replace them in 2025, since we have to spend ESSER and ARPA, and then that money's
Domestic
gone.
violence advocates, you're saying?
For domestic violence advocates.
Well, currently, we have a few domestic violence advocates on our operating budget. There's one funded in the Violence Against Women grant that we currently get. There's one DV advocate on that, and that has been renewed for fiscal year '25.
Thank you. Follow-up question, if I may. Thank you so much. So with the BEST team, do you supplement any of that, of the BEST team? Does any of your funds go to the BEST team, or is it just BMC?
It goes directly to BMC, who pays the best clinicians. It's through a contract through BMC.
How much is that?
$2 million.
And the two...
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Council President Louis
So
Jack,
many questions, so little time.
floor is yours.
Councilor Anderson, lots of questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here. Commissioner, you know, one thing that I appreciate when you talk about policing, you always frame it in a way that I think is helpful, that your job is one of fighting crime and also fighting the fear of crime. And I also think it's really important framing when we need to do the work that you do, that we do, which is think about resource allocation, because there's resource allocation when it comes to responding to crime, which is I see as the primary role of police. But the fear of crime is a little different. And the fear of crime is where I think there is a role for us when engaging with the public and determining what is the best use of our resources and who needs to be involved in responding to the fear of crime, and what that looks like. You know, so many of you and were out yesterday, and you see Chaplain Cherry here, the Peace Walk, and I think a lot of that, you know, for neighborhoods where violence is rampant, the fear of crime, even when crime is going down, is still robust. And so there's a lot of work to do there. And a lot of ways that we need to engage with constituents better to think about how are we responding to the fear of crime. Do we respond to the fear of crime with more police, or do we respond to it with cleaner neighborhoods, right? With more trash pickup, with more options for our young people to engage in. So I just want to uplift that. I want to uplift what Councilor Pepen was talking about. Crossing guards, I had a great conversation with Christine Vrabel out of A1 about maybe we need to pay our crossing guards more. And, you know, it's been a part-time job and it's difficult to recruit, but crossing guards are the ones who often inform us of the street improvements that we need, and the dangerous intersections that we need to, you know, flag for BTD. So just wanted to highlight that, and the work of the 911, of the 911 operators, and your longstanding work, Commissioner, to civilianize leadership, and that we're gonna finally get there is really great. I'm looking forward to the summer plan, and we'll just want to shout out to the work that Isaac Yablo has been doing there. I have my questions fall into 6 categories, and like Councilor Anderson, I know there will not be enough time, but they're about ShotSpotter, surveillance cameras, cold cases, Shannon grants, and diversity in the department. First, I want to start off with ShotSpotter. You mentioned that, you know, ShotSpotter saves lives, and that you are in the business of public safety, and I think that's right. and it always needs to be balanced against civil liberties. And so I also, I'd love to see the data, the cost-benefit analysis on the use of ShotSpotter technology. I think it's now called sound thinking, not ShotSpotter.
Yeah.
So sound thinking, the use of that data, because if you're saying, if we're calling it 70% of ShotSpotter are leading to dead ends, specifically in the communities of color, like the communities you and I grew up in here in the city of Boston. I care too about reducing crime. Is the analysis that if one life is saved as a result of the use of ShotSpotter, then the 70% of the use of ShotSpotter leading to dead ends, that justifies it. Is that what you're saying? And, ShotSpotter is called when someone's hitting a pinata, when, cars are backing up, like things like that happen, and that really can activate ShotSpotter. Is a cost-benefit analysis there? Is that like a life is saved, and therefore if there's so many false positives, it's worth it?
So I would say if an incident is I would say more sensationalized, I don't think pinatas are the driver of ShotSpotter calls in general. And then I want to premise by I don't work for ShotSpotter. And I'm not
I know it's a contract. It's a contract.
If there's another technology that works better, we think we will advocate to switch to that as well. But the fact is that one of the stats that they like to throw out there is the fact that we understand the technology a little bit. Is that the incident I told you before about the event itself, and that in one incident I could if how fast I'm pulling the trigger or the cadence at which the shots are fired, it can actually drum up multiple events in that one event. And that goes towards some of those numbers that people are making reference to. I found that the critics, use, the one-offs and always advertise it. But the fact is that's not the reality of what we're really responding to. For the most part, it's fairly accurate around that. And in saving lives are extremely important. Is there value on saving lives? And whether we respond or get there and a person is shot, the fact is it's notifying us faster than people call 911.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I understand that. I look forward to a more robust conversation about ShotSpotter when we have the hearing, because. It's not. I think it's always a trade-off, right? You're in the business of public safety. It's important, but it doesn't allow just sort of like wanton use of technology, even if at the end of the day it results in it helps in doing the work that you're doing.
But there's one reference that people make reference that because of ShotSpotter, now police are going to go there and now harass and violate the Constitution.
Yeah, I did not say that, but I think it's something that we need to.
Some critics say that. Well, that's not who we are as a city or as a police department. I think we've grown and grown past that. Officers know how to deal with people, how to address people, and things of that nature. And I don't think that that's our department that they're making reference to around that kind of stuff. And so I think that's where some of the critics come from, because I don't know how it violates someone's rights, notifying us that a shot went off, just like a person pick up the phone, calling and lets us know. It just lets us know faster.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I want to move on to my next question. November 2022, BPD reported 972 cameras on the back camera system. Do we have an updated list of or a number and the general distribution of the cameras? I know that there are security reasons that we don't necessarily want to know, but do we have that updated information?
So I would say roughly we have about 1,000, but that's something I want to be accurate, so I'm going to make sure we get you that at a little later time.
Okay. Have there been any changes to the major updates to the locations or anything?
I think we've added a few more since the last time in some of the areas where we're of concern, particularly if we had major incidents that happened there. But outside of that, no, I don't think we have any major changes.
And I want to recognize that as when we go to community meetings, there are often community members that are asking for more surveillance, and it's definitely a trade-off.
That's a very big concern in the community, that they ask us for cameras all the time.
Yep. My third question is about the department's budget and how it's currently allocated to investigating cold cases. It's something that we've talked about. Is that my time?
That's your time.
Okay. Cold cases and how the department is allocating resources for cold cases.
And so I know we do have a cold case. Super's not here. That's all right. We do have a cold case squad to do that. And I will say this, is that I think one of the most important things we can always do is make sure we hold people accountable that are, perpetrating the worst crimes that there are. And I think last year I just made reference that we had a 92% clearance rate around that. With those kind of rates, the likelihood of having more and more cold cases are getting less and less. That goes a long way. And then two, making sure we use technology to go back around old cold cases to make sure that all this technology that we might have today that didn't exist before can be used to help solve those, as well as dealing with witnesses and things of that nature. So our homicide unit is the primary unit that actually investigates those, and we spend, we spare no expense when it comes to homicides and things of that nature. So, but I would say the biggest thing we can do is make sure we have a strong community policing platform to make people feel safe to talk to us and actually talk about what went on, because that's how we solve crimes.
I see Superintendent Cheney from the Department from Public Engagement. I know Nora, Superintendent Nora does that great. So I do through the chair want to ask questions about the officers and investigators assigned to the cold cases. I know it's something that Chaplain Cherry works on, and my office has been working on with some victims, and the specialized training that they receive and the vacancies that exist in that unit. So through the chair, I asked for those numbers, and if you'll indulge me in the second hearing, I'm going to ask about Shannon grants and diversity. Thank you.
I can answer the cold case quote through another deputy that's here right now, if you want.
All right, yes.
I'm sorry. Deputy Superintendent Paul McLaughlin.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul McLaughlin. I'm the Deputy Superintendent in charge of the Criminal Investigations Division. Just as far as the cold case squad is made up of 2 sergeant detectives, there are currently 6 detectives that work nothing but cold cases. Okay. They respond to cases in a number of ways. They respond to phone calls, inquiries. They do self-initiation and look back at cases, looking for the potential to find evidence that could be from older cases that could have newer technology applied to it, obviously DNA. They recently, this past year, received a $500,000 grant to do forensic genealogy. So they're doing quite a bit of work on forensic genealogy as well in looking back at those cases.
Thank you. Councilor Flynn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here, to your team, to the men and women of the Boston Police Department. Last year, Commissioner, 600 guns confiscated roughly in the city, about 150 this year. Police are out there doing an incredible job. I want to acknowledge the rank and file men and women of the police department, including 17 ghost guns this year as well, approximately. Commissioner, forced overtime. Police are working mandatory overtime. Not fair, really, for their families, working 16-hour shifts when you have something that you need to do with your wife or your spouse or your kids, especially in the weekends. What are we doing? I know recruiting is critical. What are we doing specifically to address that? And I don't like the setup. We don't have enough police officers, as you mentioned. What are we doing specifically to address that issue?
Yeah, so one of the programs I made mention of was actually just for that purpose, was the 20 tour program, where we took 20 people out of specialized units and rotated them into districts to prevent those forced overtimes across the board. And that's certainly something we implemented. I don't think we've ever done that before in the past as a police department, and we've done that just to reduce it, and we reduced it by 4%, as I described it before. And also, we're looking at how we assign people and personnel to events and things of that nature, maybe putting them in different categories of public safety needs, so to speak, and then the less the public safety needs, maybe we staff it a little less than what we did before. And so, without getting too much into it, we're doing multiple things to make sure we don't force officers to work overtime, because we're burning the officers out, and or we're making it a job where, just due to their family considerations, they might not want to be here. And so we are very cognizant of that fact, and we're trying to address it in every way we can.
Thank you, Commissioner. As you mentioned, the health and wellness of our officers and their families is critical. We need to be spending more resources as well, supporting police officers' families. Had an opportunity, as you know, Commissioner, we talked on Sunday, to visit the crime lab. We're not doing Y screening at the crime lab. We're not necessarily, well, we are not meeting the mandatory 30 days testing of sexual assault kits. I want to thank Councilor Coletta for the work she's doing on those issues as well. We don't have enough personnel in the crime lab. We do have excellent people that work in the crime lab. We don't have enough people. We're not using the most advanced screening, Y screening. Why not?
So I would say that this, what we do have is certainly sufficient. I mean, there's always new, better things that might come out, but the fact is it does the same things. And so I would say the equipment we have is certainly sufficient what we have and what we need for at this moment. As far as the number of people there, we spend a fair number of resources at the crime lab and have for many years. I think we were one of 2 departments in the state that have their own crime lab. We have 2 vacancies currently there, and one's grant funded, and the reality is we're doing what we can to fill that vacancies, but one of them came from an internal hire in general, and then you make a reference to the kits, and I know it takes us maybe 52 days versus 30 days to get to some of those. But that doesn't mean we're not investigating the crime. It doesn't mean we're not doing all kind of stuff, which we absolutely are doing around that. And I don't want to have a false narrative that we're not taking it seriously.
No, I agree, Commissioner. That's why I do want to reference that the police are doing an outstanding job. I see them out there every day. I want to acknowledge the Family Justice Center as well, the incredible role they play. Commissioner, how many vacancies at the Family Justice Center? I visited them several times. Love the work they do. How many vacancies there?
Family Justice Center, and I know we had a few promotees.
If you can just give me a second, because I know there's been some changes this past week, but I would say for detectives, it's right around 6 detectives, and we're currently going to name a supervisor for the sexual assault.
Thank you, Superintendent. Commissioner, going back to the crime lab, when are we going to get a permanent director there?
And so I know we're in the process of actually either posting or sending that back out. Oh, no, yeah. And so I know there was an investigation that was ongoing that is near the ending stages of that. And so I would imagine, probably another 30 days or so.
Going on 2 years for that crime lab not having a permanent director, so I agree. I think we do need a permanent director at the crime lab soon. The Post Commission, police officers getting due process there. What are the concerns police officers have? I do want to make sure that the due process also applies to police officers.
So the Post is the entity that's out of my control and is created by the state, and usually I try to be respectful of people and their jobs. I see it this way. I make sure that all our officers are held responsible for what they're supposed to do, and we take that seriously. I find that if I'm not holding them responsible and the Post sees something out there that I don't see, then I welcome it. But the fact is that we should be on the same page about what we're looking at, and I think that's important no matter who is doing an investigation, that we're on the same page on how it's done, who's doing it, what's the criteria, things of that nature. Because if you don't do it the same, you're going to have different outcomes. And part of our responsibility is to make sure that that the men and women here that are supported and they do a good job, but also hold them accountable to make sure that they always do a good job when appropriate. And
Thank you.
I don't want to speak to the Post. They're another agency, but that do similar work. But
Thank you,
but I'm
Commissioner.
okay with it.
Commissioner, Mass and Cass, my neighborhood in South Boston, where I live, near Andrew Square, we've seen a significant quality of life decline in that neighborhood. It's the closest MBTA stop, as you know, to Mass and Cass. The quality of life down there for residents, those neighborhood types of crime or quality of life issues is increasing. The police down at C6, they do an exceptional job. We don't have enough of them. We don't have enough police in that area. Again, they're doing a tremendous job. Can we focus on Andrews Square? It is a major problem for residents in Andrews Square. It also heads out into Dorchester, into Nubian Square, obviously. I also represent a part of the south end, close to Mass and Cass. So it's the neighborhoods in and around Mass and Cass, too, that's seeing significant decline in quality of life issues.
And as I said earlier, we're giving a concerted effort on addressing quality of life issues because that's the issues that our communities are telling us that we should in general, and that's what we're trying to do. So we hear you.
Okay, and Commissioner, I was late this morning. I had a VA appointment in Jamaica Plain. I do want to apologize. I was at a school earlier as well, so no disrespect to you and your team. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Mejia. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning. Oh, good afternoon. Dag. All right. Don't worry. I only have 30 questions. All right, so I want to start off with gratitude. I think we've been working really hard at building trust and creating the type of environment in which we're not pitting people against each other. And I just want to say thank you for embracing me and all of my rough edges and recognizing that my job really is to amplify the voices of the people and doing so unapologetically. And, it's not easy to digest that. And I just want to say thank you for every time you have seen me out in these streets. You've always been incredibly generous with your time. So, Commissioner, I just want to say thank you for that. You don't run away from me, so I appreciate that. And a lot of friendly faces that I know here in the crowd, people who I've known, like Carmen, who knew me when I was working in the parent engagement space. You were then a detective, and you always showed up at all of my events with parents, and it's so great to see you and your leadership here. So I just want to say that I do have some friends on the force, contrary to popular belief, now that it's been said, for the record. All right, but I do got questions. So I'm curious if you could talk to me a little bit about why did the BPD, how much did you guys spend on equipment in 2023?
In 2023? For about $1.5 million on equipment in 2023.
And so this year there is an increase of $5.1 million in the proposed increases in contracts. Can you talk to me about that?
In contractual services?
It's both equipment and contractual services. So there's an increase of $5.1 million. Can you just kind of walk me through?
Our Axon body-worn camera contract has a slight increase in fiscal year 25 as a result of some new investments in the body-worn camera package. In that, contractual services is also $1.8 million for the department's promotional exam that's slated for September 28, 2024.
I do have some questions about that promotional exam for another hearing, though. But.
Okay. So that's also a reason for the contractual increase spike. Also in that, in the recommended budget is $220,000 for professional development for civilians. And that was a request, a new initiative that we had asked for this fiscal year budget. With respect to equipment, equipment for the most part is made up of radio and communications equipment that we purchase every year or that we maintain every year. But it also includes a lot of networking equipment such as switches and routers, and that we're constantly upgrading our network equipment. It also includes some equipment that falls under fleet to keep our fleet running. But the slight increase that you're seeing in this year's budget is a result of the purchase of ballistic vests for SWAT. I think it's roughly $4,000 increase for that.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to pages 368 through 369 of the proposed FY25 budget books. There is here $327.9 million in permanent employees expenses, and it's followed by the following adjustments. And I'm just curious if you can explain some of these adjustments. So in the other category, it is $39 million Chargebacks is 1.9 million. Salary savings is 15.3 million. Can you just explain those adjustments for us, please?
So the chargebacks of 1.8, that's really chargebacks. So we get the PSAP grant, which is roughly $3.6 million. We get that from, because we're one of the largest call centers. So we charge back off the operating budget roughly $1.8 million a year in personnel expenses that we charge to the grant and take it off the operating budget for those that are certified up in 911 operations. As far as the salary savings that you're seeing, usually we have about a third of salary savings as a result from vacant positions, but also we have some salary savings as a result of our retirements. Obviously our retirements are roughly 131 we average a year. And so that's where the salary savings is coming in, also just the vacancies that we currently have both on the sworn and civilian side.
Yeah. So can we talk a little bit about the savings around and the staff shortages that we have experienced? How are you all pivoting? How are you reallocating those resources, or in terms of are you using them for additional programming? And if somebody has already asked the question, that's fine. But I'm just curious, if we have the savings, how are you reallocating those resources?
Well, any salary savings that we have as a result of vacancies or people retiring, that salary saving usually goes to offset the variance that we currently have in overtime. So we don't, that's how it's reallocated. So the OB, Office of Budget Management, does rely on that savings. But we are making significant efforts trying to decrease the number of vacancies that we currently have both on the sworn and civilian side. And we have been seeing some significant positions being filled recently.
That's great. So, there is $234 million listed in health insurance in the budget. And I'm curious what portions of this goes to various departments such as the police and schools.
Well, I think it's the fringe rate that's set forth by the city and how they allocate the fringe. And I think roughly the fringe for health insurance is roughly about 13.9%, if I'm not mistaken. But those rates are set forth by the city. And, that's obviously, those fringe rates are booked by the city and not by the police department.
But in the police budget, it is listed as $455 million. So I'm just curious what additional costs, pensions, et cetera, are included in that total budget.
That's part of the fringe rate. So they budgeted it based on the fringe rate set forth by the city. And for pension, it's roughly 9% is what they budget for pensions.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm curious, as we continue to, I saw that the Louis D. Brown Peace Institute folks were here. We've talked a lot about young people, and as a parent myself, I think that there is an opportunity to, in terms of programming, to help support parents, particularly single parents who are really struggling right now. Many of our parents are showing up to our schools really upset because the issues that their children are experiencing are going unaddressed. And so they are being met with resistance and oftentimes are, 51A and putting restraining orders on parents. So I'm just curious in terms of parent programming and creating opportunities to see parents as part of the solution. And maybe this is not part of your specific budget, but I am curious, since we're talking about dollars and we're talking about, return on investments, how is the department looking at parent involvement as a pathway towards helping with the violence?
Yeah, and so that's the point you bring forth. And so, we get into roles. It's not our role to tell parents what to do with their family and kids, but we do partner with people, like I said, with Youth Connect. When we run across a youth, a child, a teenager that is struggling, we connect them with a partner that can go in and be involved with the family to help in that in some way, shape, or form. And so we really do rely on partnerships to do that. We will always engage folks in general and give our opinion around that. And we do a whole bunch of stuff with youth across the board. And there's always a connection with their parents from time to time, occasionally here. But that is a good point to assume, we don't currently work with, I don't think, parents directly in the way that you described. But, we're always willing to partner with someone who's willing to lead the charge in that way. Particularly with youth around our city.
So I want to go back to the overtime and the staff.
You got more time.
feeling accomplished here. So in FY24, the target for overtime hours was 100,000 hours. What is the target this year? Is that correct? Is there a mix of overtime shifts? Some BPD is required to have some. Which BPD has the discretion to assign or cut? For example, overtime shifts must be offered when filling officers' empty shifts, but captains can also create overtime shifts that are not required by the contract. Can you please describe, for the record, what overtime shifts BPD is required to have versus what overtime shifts BPD decides to create? What is the process for BPD to decide to create these discretionary shifts?
And so I'm not exactly sure of the complete question, but I'll try to answer.
There's a lot here.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll try to answer. And so, so required positions, if we, so if we wanted to move, an officer in a particular unit over to another unit, there are some units that are required contractually to have an officer there, we'll put it that way. And so we would have to always make sure that we keep someone in that capacity around that, which would create overtime around some of those. Minimum manning, where we have a minimum amount of people to make sure that we serve this city, and also there's some safety around the officers, making sure we have a certain number of people to deal with the issue and problem of the day. We have to kind of backfill for those numbers. So if people are sick, not available, we have to make sure that those are filled, and that's usually through overtime. And then there's a ton of special events that go on in the city, protests, things that are unplanned for. I mean, we're in the unplanned for business in some ways. And so that is more discretionary about how we do it, how we handle it around that. But we always do it with a public safety lens around making sure that people are safe, making sure we have enough people to address the potential need for that particular event. That's usually where we have a little bit more discretion about it around the assignment of overtime.
I know my time is up. There's going to be a second round?
There'll be a second round.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Durkin, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair. Really appreciate all of my colleagues' questions. I think they're all really valid, and I have a little bit of a different take on some of these questions. So thank you, Commissioner, for being here. Thank you, Nicole, and many others, and great to see people that are familiar faces here. We have a recruiting issue, obviously, in BPD, and a lot of vacancies. And when I speak with officers, they cite the way that we do lateral transfers to other police departments and the way people transferring out laterally, but also the way that we take people in laterally is an issue. I'm just curious, how can we make BPD an attractive place to transfer to, given our officer staffing shortages?
Well, we're doing all we can to make it an attractive place, but one of the things I will say is that some of the people that have left our department are also now trying to come back to our department. So the grass wasn't as green as what they thought it was. This is the best place to be, the best city to be in, best police department to work in, and I think people are finding that when they leave. But there's a lot of things that we can do. It's just really about making sure that we support the officers and the good works that they do, and so many people on council already do that, and I'm trying to make sure we do that internally as well. They work really hard. They do a lot of things in the city and things of that nature, and they need to be recognized for it, and we're trying to do that. We're trying to reduce the overtime, as Council Flynn had made reference to and others have made reference to, so that the mandatory overtime is less, so that they can actually have time on their days off and things of that nature. We're trying to be more thoughtful around our wellness program and enhancing that in some ways to make sure that the officers both know how to take care of themselves as well as they try to take care of others in the public, and so we're trying to enhance that. There's so many different things that we're trying to do to make this the best place not only to work but to be, and we can always get better around that. But I was here, left, and I realized this is the best place to be, and came back myself. So lateral programs, it's usually people reflective. Policing is similar in a lot of places, but there's no place like Boston, and so I don't know why everybody doesn't want to work here, but that's just me.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just curious, in terms of the amount of years that we give people. I think just wanting to dig in a little more to that, like, are there certain things that we can do to increase, like if someone serves 20 years at the BU Police Department, but they started at BPD, are we honoring those years, and is there any work that we can do there?
Yeah, and so I think I understand the question a little bit more. I do know if they worked in public safety in a municipality in the state, that we will honor their years served, but they will not have the same amount in relation to the current members that are already here. But their years of service will still count, so it's towards retirement purposes. And so if you're suggesting that, having their full, longevity in that time, carry over where they're equal tier with people who have already been here, I think that's more of a contractual issue that we would have to negotiate with our unions over.
And I'll just be careful. I'm not
Okay.
suggesting anything. I'm just asking maybe what some of the challenges are. I think there is, I do think there is a nuanced way to talk about overtime. I do think when I talk to individual officers, they want to spend more time with their families. They don't want to be forced to do overtime for details. So obviously there are people that are choosing to work overtime to make more money, but I think, I do think the narrative has gone out of whack sort of in the media a little bit. And I appreciate, Commissioner, the way that you've talked about overtime. Obviously the police captains in my district, Captain Sweeney, Martin, and Hussein, they've done an incredible job sort of talking about some of these issues, and did want to get into recently in the news, we're talking a lot about scooters and enforcement and targeted enforcement. I was able to call Sergeant Hogart 2 days ago when I noticed 25 scooters parked on the sidewalk outside of Chick-fil-A. I'm just curious, has there been more thought on the police response to this? And obviously, on my end, I know we need to be very careful about the way that we talk about creating more opportunities for interactions with police, especially at that level, at the street level. But I also want to make sure that quality of life concerns that residents in my district have are really spoken into this hearing, but also, you guys are given a chance to respond with some strategies, because we really are having a really hard time. And, my office has spoken with Uber Eats, DoorDash, Grubhub. We're having those conversations, but I'm not the police commissioner. So just curious what conversations have happened and what the strategy will be and how we can work together on that.
Yeah, I know we certainly have had, conversations with both residents and businesses about some of the concerns down there in general. And part of our summer strategy, particularly around revelers, this is a little different. We've certainly tried to address that, and we'll talk a little bit more about that Tuesday. Unless Deputy Humphreys, do you have anything to add, maybe?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Danny Humphreys. I have the pleasure of working with the men and women of field services. And I think I was on the other end of this conversation, not with you, but with the captains and folks involved. We are going to have a meeting shortly amongst the different districts and people that are affected by this. We're going to probably start with a little bit of an informational flyering of the area so people know what the expected conduct is. Some of these groups recently have engaged in some violent behavior associated with the operation of their bikes. They've surrounded individuals. They surrounded an officer that was trying to actually seize a moped, and they took it back. So it's a little bit more than just like scooters on the sidewalk. There's a lot of very disruptive behavior that is beginning to take place. So before we go into like enforcement mode down there, there's going to be some outreach where we're going to let people know this is what's going on, this is what the rules are. You can't park there, you have to park here, you have to have a license, helmet, XYZ. So that is something that's currently in the works.
Thank you. And I'm excited to work with Officer Narduzzo on this. I can't remember his title. I believe he was just bumped up, so I don't want to give him the wrong title, but honored to get the chance to work on this. I think what I'm noticing is There is a huge safety issue over there, and if you need pictures, we've got pictures in my email. So, so excited to work on this. Did want to mention the work of the auto theft task force, and I did have the chance to talk with Mary Ellen Burns after what took place on Marlborough Street, and I was just curious. The auto theft task force has been mostly working on like dirt bikes, ATVs, and street activity. Just curious if there's also, what happened on Marlborough Street was a street takeover. So just curious if that's where some of your, the direction that some of your research and, attention is going towards now.
Patrick, there it is. Got it. Yes, I will say this. There's different groups. I can't get too much into it. There is an active investigation about that. There are certain groups that travel throughout the country. It appears that was one of them. I will say that the auto theft task force is heavily involved in that investigation, as they are with a lot of that activity. The BRIC, again, they've had multiple conversations with other states and their fusion centers about this. And I will say that, in terms of identifying who was responsible for that, I think a lot of progress is being made. But to answer your question, yeah, the auto theft task force is heavily involved in investigation of what happened that night.
Thank you so much. And I just want to, I think we have a lot of work to do, but I have found you all to be really cooperative partners in my 8 months on the city council, and really grateful that you've made yourselves available when there have been crimes and other things that have taken place in my district, and looking forward to continued partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I just want to thank BPD, the individuals here, and the individuals in my community, the CSO officers, the captains, the sergeants, for always, not only showing up to the community meetings, but the community events, and always being so responsive. On that, community policing has been, one of your priorities, Commissioner. Can you talk about how are walk and talks assigned? Are they driven by crime data? Are they driven by requests? Is it a combination of both?
So it is a combination of both, and what we're trying to do is make it a part of our culture where it doesn't have to be driven by any kind of crime, where officers are just doing it as a natural part of what they're doing. So they're not assigned to a call, they're walking around and actually trying to engage the public in general and build trust, because that's how we find out stuff from the citizens, that's how we get to know people, that's how they get to know us, that's how we get to know where we should be or hear problems that we might not hear but for a 911 call and things of that nature. And so it's a combination of all the above. It's both community meetings, them emphasizing where they want us to be, business community, our CommStat, and what we're seeing where crime is being driven around that. All the above, that's why we say we're data driven. We need the data, but it has to be informed by what the people in the community are saying as well. And so a combination of all of that helps us deploy our people.
Awesome. And I'm assuming that community policing model, getting out the car, talking, what questions to ask the business, what questions to ask, young people, our residents, is part of the academy training?
Well, so certainly Nora could, Superintendent Bassett could speak to, what they're teaching at the academy. But I was saying building trust is simple. Sometimes you don't need an agenda. It's just going and saying hello to people, and people will let you know what they need, particularly around public safety, and so you don't have to have a script. It's really just being present, being available, being friendly, and being respectful. You do those things, and the public has a way of certainly holding us accountable by helping us know where we're supposed to be and when we're supposed to be there. And so, I could have, is she here? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. She's not here. I didn't know. I didn't look behind me. But the fact is that we do have a large component around community policing with the academies, cadets that come through, and they spend a great deal of time not only in the academy but near the end of the academy, going out and doing projects and working with community members to build that trust.
Shout out to Superintendent Bassett doing amazing stuff, and Superintendent Chin's here as well.
Yep.
A few of my colleagues mentioned just more data on spot shotter. Will we be able to get that information prior to the new contract being signed?
Sure. I mean, any data we have regarding that, we'll get it over to you. I'm sorry. Don't mind me. I'm just used to work. I'm not used to the data of a contract signing. We're responsive to the day-to-day needs here,
Right.
and that's how I look at public safety, not on the anniversary date or something else. That's just a contract. I do know it's a tool we use every single day, and I want to continue to use that until there's something better that comes along.
Yeah. So it makes perfect sense. I just want to make sure that, we heard from cost benefit analysis and a few other requests for data around ShotSpotter. Can you describe, for those who's watching, what drives the lease purchase agreement line item?
The lease purchase line item is made up of several categories. Our fleet is through the lease purchase program. Some of our computer equipment and some of our telecommunications equipment, and basically it's a debt service. So basically this is when the city goes out for bonding to help us purchase these vehicles, these telecommunications equipment, and it's amortized over the life of the vehicle and the telecommunications equipment. But basically the lease purchase line item that you see in our operating budget is our current lease purchases, as well as the debt service payments tied to previous year's lease purchases.
And how have we budgeted for that in the past? Is it, it's a combination of what we have in inventory plus part of what
It's
we're
basically,
purchasing?
so for example, like vehicles are amortized over a useful life of 3 years. So that, 3 years ago, it'll eventually drop off, but then the city sometimes will elect if they're going to do a full amortization for the current year, or sometimes they cut that in half and amortize that 6 months, but you're also carrying forward your prior year's balance over as well.
All right. And is any change for that budgeting for that in FY25? Is that increasing, decreasing in FY25?
It's increasing because I think that the budget reflects a full year of amortization on the current fiscal year 25 purchases, and that reflects a full year, but also increases that they afforded us in our recommended budget for any new additions to our fleet and telecommunications equipment and computer equipment.
All right. And the only reason why I'm asking, because traditionally we've underspent in this line item from FY18 to FY23, we underspent $1.2 million on lease purchase debt, and now we're increasing it by 35%, or in terms of dollars, $1.9 million.
It's the amortization that they're showing a full year's worth of amortization in fiscal year 25. But again, a lot of times you'll see a favorable variance under this line item, but it's just because debt service payments haven't been made. So there will be a big debt service payment probably by the end of fiscal year 24 that'll take that variance away.
All right. And then, Commissioner, can you just talk briefly on how staffing levels at each precinct is decided?
Yeah, and so, and this gets to, our resources in the sense that some stations are bigger than others. They have population, the general size of that particular area, the calls for service. There's multiple factors that go into that, and we can adjust that as we see fit. But the reality is, because we are down so many, virtually all stations are probably, I don't want to say underfunded, but under-officered, if you can say that, right? We don't have enough staff in probably each thing in comparison to what we did before. And so, that's currently how we do. We have been pulling people from some stations, and, well, I shouldn't say pulling, making some to attrition, smaller than others, and increased on others, particularly when the academy classes have come out. That's usually how we supplement additional personnel around that. So it's usually driven. The more academy classes we get, the more staff we can, pump out into virtually all the stations to make sure that they are, properly supplied with officers.
Thank you. And in my second round, I'll just have a few more questions around permanent employees. Going around for second round of questions. I'm assuming that everyone here has second round. Councilor Fitzgerald, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. We mentioned the auto theft unit. How are they doing on cracking down on illegal bikes and mopeds, or illegal motorbikes and mopeds? And do we have any numbers around that? Or are they the department that, I assume they're the department that tracks that?
Yes, they are the unit that does track that. Again, they work in combination with the various districts. So we have auto investigators that they'll collaborate with within each district. We had a seizure, and I don't have the total numbers right now, but I want to say about 8 months back, was it? We had a seizure where we were able to execute a search warrant at a warehouse, and we collected a number of machines, which is going to put a dent in some of the bikes that we'll see out here this summer. And again, we have folks that are coming, just to familiarize what we are dealing with is, those are machines that were stored here in the city, but we have individuals that come from all around as far as Rhode Island, and they'll go on the outskirts, and without detailing too much, they make their way into the city and ride through the city and then exit back out. But we continue to monitor that. They continue to monitor that. They continue to collaborate not only with neighboring towns, but outside neighboring states as well.
Great, thank you. I want to speak briefly, this is to nobody in specific, but the South Bay in District 3. I know there was a security guard attack there last week. As the warmer months again approach, they're starting to see an uptick there. There's obviously the smash and grabs that occur. My fear there is that this outdoor mall that we have, they're in real danger of losing a lot of tenants because of the activity that goes down there. And I see the road being, if the tenants leave and they don't get the replacement tenants, then this sort of opens up to an abandoned mall, being it's so close in vicinity to the other things that it's around, Massacas, et cetera, the ability for that to sort of spread then further into the neighborhood and take that over if we see the South Bay continue to decline. I know you guys make your efforts there. Commissioner, we talked about this yesterday, but I just wanted to highlight if there's anything else we can do, because I know that the folks who own it spend close to $2 million on security each year. I sat with them last week, actually, about 2 days before the other security guard was stabbed. And they came in with sort of shrugging their shoulders saying, we don't know what else to do and we need support. Speaking with the commissioner yesterday, I know the support is there, but yet the incidents still occur. Is there anything else we can do? I don't know if the bike cops that we have, where they're deployed, if we can get them to circle around, and if there's any other additional support we can offer South Bay.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we add more personnel there as the need requires. But the fact is, we spend a fair amount of resources there currently. I know we've made a large effort working with the business community, addressing some of the concerns. And the DA's office is now emphasized, certainly, prosecuting, people who are offending in there, particularly the frequent flyers. Similar to our violent crime, we're finding that, some of these smaller crimes are actually being perpetrated by the same offenders over and over again. And so the DA's office is certainly taking note to that as well. And so, part of this business initiative, safe shopping initiative that we worked in conjunction with the DA's office and actually the business community is actually working together to figure out exactly what you said, how we can, all of us, use our resources to try to deter people from just being disruptive in these places and spaces in general. But we can always, ask for more partnerships in general, particularly around youth, because they don't think about sometimes the future around some of these things. And so, whether it's more activities in general or making it a place where they don't want to come there to be disruptive. Maybe there's some other places they can go. But we're working as hard as we can to try to figure this out.
No, and I'm grateful for it. Thank you, Commissioner. Lastly, do we know how many promotions are budgeted for across the force in this year?
Yeah, and so when you say budgeted, so as we have a vacancy that we talked about, and those vacancies are in positions, that's and it's usually on me to fill it. Are we going to fill it or not? Because they all come from the patrol force. I have been less, inclined to fill vacancies immediately. I've been holding off, trying to coincide them at the same time as it's an academy class, so that we don't pull further from the patrol force for promotions. But we need supervisors and strong supervision to make sure that we run well, to be as efficient as possible. So we do actually hire supervisors on occasion when there's not a class going. And so So we do have some vacancies still out there available. I can't speak to what that is right now. We could probably get you that either a little later on, around supervisors and some of those other things. But we try to be intentional about filling them with a plan in place on when are we going to get some other bodies, because we can be further reducing the number of officers doing the work by, filling these other vacancies, because we're not operating in a vacuum. So.
Understood, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, panel, very much for all you do.
Thank you. Just want to point to the RFI on page number 4, number of positions, 3,162 full-time employees that I believe FTEs that are currently on the force, 2,652, which states, 510 if my math is right on vacancies. Is that right, Commissioner and Chief?
You said 510, because I'm seeing 547.
547?
547 vacancies.
Okay. And then how many of those are sworn officers? Sorry, I'm
253.
253? Okay. And then are we able to get a breakdown of
240
leadership, like supervisors, Sarge? Like, are we able to get that breakdown?
We can provide that detail.
All right, thank you. Council Braden, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really impressed with how the great job that BPD, that's a different department, sorry.
They do a great job.
Your great data resources that are well managed and kept up to date, dashboards and all sorts of wonderful graphics here that gives you a good visual picture of what's happening. And I really feel that I wish other departments had this level of data management and accessibility to information. Do you manage all of this in-house, or do you get support from DoIT? Or do you have your own IT department that does all of this?
We have our own IT department, but we do it in-house and with a great deal of help from our BRIC. So,
from
Boston Regional Intelligence Center,
yeah.
as well as our IT folks.
Yeah, no, it's really good. And it gives you real-time information as well, which is very important. Sometimes when you go to a city department website, it's months, maybe a year out of date. It's not always easy to figure out what's going on.
But we just changed that recently within the past year here, so I don't know what it looked like a year ago, but it probably wasn't as enhanced.
And well, kudos, because being able to access information and be a public-facing organisation, I think is really important for our constituents and our taxpayers to know what's going on. So it's really good. I had a question. I know I was involved in a back and forward discussion last year about the BRIC grant for the 13.3 million. And one of the things that came up when we got into looking at the audits was that the reporting, I think it's not really your fault, but one of the things that, in terms of the state city auditor highlighted was the sub-recipient reporting for expenditures and timesheets, etc. So I'm doing this with every department in the city, like looking at accountability and auditing to make sure that we know where money's been spent and how it's been spent. But in the case of the BRIC grant, some of it goes, and a not insignificant amount of it goes to other municipalities. And I'm just wondering, in terms of your reporting mechanisms, and then how strict is the federal government on requiring those sub-recipient reports? Like, are we putting ourselves in jeopardy by not keeping on top of that?
So I'd like to think that we don't put ourselves in jeopardy because we try to make sure we meet the letter of the law. Joy, we want the BRIC to speak to that. Particularly around the federal requirements, I have the people who certainly have to answer those speak to that.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Hi,
Good
good to see
afternoon,
you.
Counselor. Good to see you. So the Urban Area Security Initiative grant is managed by the Office of Emergency Management here for reporting and requirements like that. We obviously kind of contribute and work very closely with them, but they handle sort of the formal reporting, which goes through the state EOPS and then up to FEMA with the federal government. There's a lot of different sort of accountability mechanisms built into that process that is kind of ongoing throughout the whole year.
Okay, so that's really good to know, that it's the Office of Emergency Management that have to do the
Correct. They're the-
follow-ups with their sub-recipients and make sure that they get the reports
Yeah, they're
back.
the sort of fiduciary agent for the region and kind of manage it for the whole region.
Yeah. I'm just curious if if they have the infrastructure, because you definitely have really robust infrastructure. Do they have the infrastructure to deliver those reports and follow up?
I certainly wouldn't want to speak for them. I do know there's a minimum spend required of the grant on sort of the administration aspects of it, and that a bulk of that goes to a lot of great staff that OEM has that handles that responsibility.
Very good. Thank you. And many of my questions are also being asked by my colleagues. The best clinicians have done that one. Well, in the interest of time, I haven't got the question just jumping off the page here, so thank you for your time this morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no other questions at this time.
All right. Thank you, Councilor Braden. Vice Chair Pepe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. My first question for this round is regarding Jago Boston. Shout out to Officer Hernandez, who leads the way there, and shout out to one of the co-founders, Jose Ruiz, who his birthday was this weekend, so happy belated birthday to Mr. Ruiz. What kind of relationship does the BPD and Jago Boston have with Jago Boston? Just because I know that their attention really is on community policing. So I just want to know, do they receive support from BPD, or can they?
Now Sergeant Hernandez,
congratulations to Sergeant
one
Hernandez.
of the promotees. No, I'd like to think that we have a good relationship. I mean, we have so many officers, and it's just not Jago. There's multiple affinity groups within our department that do a lot in the city and the community in general. And so, but they're exceptional with what they do, and particularly with the program they have around pre-academy requirements and making sure people are prepared to come into the academy and be successful when they get into the academy. They've done an outstanding job in the work that they've done to help us, find candidates and also make sure that they are able to come in the academy and to graduate. And so, like I said, I'm proud of all our officers in our police department, particularly in the affinity groups, because they do so much throughout the city, who's very diverse, to make sure that we bring in diverse folks, and also to make sure that they're prepared to actually get in the academy and actually join us in this job. And Jago is they're the number one, at least as far as I'm concerned, is in our commitment to do that. So.
The work they do is amazing. I've been a fan of theirs for a while now, and just being able to keep track of the quality of work they do is impressive. So just wanted to give them that shout out. Commissioner, I've been a fan of the work you do just because you really bring an emphasis to community policing. I'm a big fan of the community service officers as well, working with them in previous roles and now as a counselor. Do the CSOs receive funding for the work that they do? Is there a budget set aside for them? If so, how much? If not, why not?
So they're a part of our department. The CSOs are not separate. No, they're part of the district. Each district captain has a CSO involved, department in that section, and it's just an assignment is similar to how we assign someone else to another part of the department. But their sole focus is actually working with community relations in that particular district, and so it's a part of our role and job. They just get to do that full time. And every district station has one, some, I should say, yes.
Okay, so if an officer, I'm thinking about an officer out of E13 who does an amazing job. He does like boxing lessons for youth. And I thought that was amazing, but I don't think he had a budget for that. Does that come out of the officer's self budget, or can the district help?
So we also have a foundation that actually helps us, fund, certainly things with the public. It helps us build trust in general, and they fundraise and actually, give us grant money, so to speak, towards, just building trust with the public around that and funding certain activities and things of that nature.
Okay. When we talk about budget, would it be beneficial to have a conversation of potentially giving them a line item, or would it be?
Wow, that would be tremendous in general, because building trust is what we try to do, and it's not always easy because we're trying to do more with less and less, and then that goes a long way, particularly when you're talking about youth programming and things of that nature. I started off, this was a question I said, I try to be respectful of we're the second biggest budget in the city, and so, asking for more is sometimes difficult, but the fact is that there's a lot of stuff going on in the city, and we can always use more to actually help make it a safer city, and more importantly, build more trust with our community.
Thank you so much for that, Commissioner. I'll yield the rest of my time. I just want to thank you all for the work that you do. Hopefully I'm able to stop by the Coffee with a Cup tomorrow at Almond Park. But seriously, again, thank you. Give the chair back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council Weber, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all the panelists for sticking around for round two. So we talked a little bit about mental health calls, and it looks like a staff of like 12 to 14 clinicians. Do you have numbers on how many calls that the department has had that would be considered to be mental health issues, and not just combined? What I'm getting at is how many calls, and I'm interested in your opinion on this. Yeah. Could we have calls that are responded to by a clinician without a police officer there? Or
you mean could we if it was designed that way?
Well, what do you think of that possibility, or how would you want those calls to be resolved?
And I'll say this, about the program, because mental health is a very difficult thing, and professionals that are in it all day. I mean, we're not mental health professionals. There's no doubt about that. But the fact is that we respond to calls where people need help, and sometimes people who suffer from mental health issues are violent. And there's not a lot of people in that space to deal with violence in mental health. So there tends to almost always be a role, even if a mental health professional goes there and that person's violent, they end up usually calling us as well. And so, the reality is I think that whether we like it or not, we're probably always going to have a role unless there's another segment of society to deal with violent people that are struggling from mental health and deal with violence that aren't associated with the police. But I don't think that exists currently. So the fact is that having partners like our best team clinicians and other partners like Youth Connect and people that are in that space are really important, because we respond to so much when people are looking for help. And the fact is that sometimes people who are struggling with mental health don't wear a sign outside saying that that's the case. And so we need to know how to respond when we get there. If someone is struggling with that, and we need to have partners that are willing to come immediately or help us deal with that right then and there.
Okay. Do we have numbers on how many calls?
How many calls? No, I'm going to have to try to get that for you, or at least the calls that were labeled mental health calls in the beginning of it. Remember, we go to a lot of calls for unknown or for something totally not associated with mental health, and then we get there and realize this is a mental health associated call and things of that nature. So we will try to get you those numbers.
Okay. And I know I don't have more than one question on ShotSpotter snapping.
Okay.
But in terms of, we were talking about the data, sometimes there's false alarms, sometimes there's not, sometimes it's associated with another call. Does BPD log each incident and would be able to tell what the result was?
So we certainly, when ShotSpotter, we know when it's an activation, and we do go there. The issue is that now you get into manpower. How do we log when we get there, and nothing is readily available, particularly if we're busy. When I say that we're busy, there's other calls or other things going on. If we don't see anything, readily or find evidence of it, log the fact that it was a shot spotter. I mean, because the activation logs itself and keeps track of itself. But we don't necessarily spend a lot of time, trying to document those false positives that you talked about.
Do you know if the contract, I mean, the company, do they keep those do they log? I mean, in terms of trying to figure out, are we sending police cars, into neighborhoods responding to, let's say, a firecracker, which, or is it?
So
get to the bottom.
I would say this, us being notified that someone is potentially, firing a firearm in this day and age of violence and things associated with it, I think, it's far better for us to respond than not to respond. I think the real issue comes to us how we respond. What do we do when we get there? Are we violating people's rights and things of that nature? And that's not what we're doing. Yeah, and so the fact is that the faster we respond to something, particularly if a person is shot, the faster they can get help and the more they survive. And it could take some years of research and study, so I don't want to purport that this is an actual correlation, but I believe that part of the reason why we're one of the safer cities is the fact that because we do respond, we have a very enhanced health system here and a great EMS system, as well as our response as well to make sure people are getting the help they need. Remember, we have a fair number of people who don't even dial 911, particularly at night when there's a gunshot that goes off, and regardless of the circumstance. And so I think it's important that we know it so we can respond, because it goes to holding people accountable that are actually doing the violence, and also more importantly is maybe saving lives when people are victim of violence.
Thank you. I'm not accusing. I just think I think the data might help us figure out how to make it better, how to move forward, and so I'm just looking for that. I just another question I had, and this is something I think you inherited, and one issue we've been talking about diversity, something that I've worked on in my career. Your attorney to your left is familiar with is diversity in our supervisory ranks in the police department, and do you know the percentage of people of color in the patrol officer rank? I'm assuming it's between like 35% or
so we do have
40%.
That there, if you want to pull that up. I should just say it for him.
Okay.
A little easier than me trying to catch up with that.
So if I could just read off the demographics of the patrol officers, would that be good for you?
You could just give me one number, which is, but yeah.
Well, I mean, so we have 686 white males, 108 white females, 249 black males, 90 black females, 178 Hispanic males, 42 Hispanic females, and 43 Asian males and 5 Asian females.
38.2% of people.
So,
but my understanding is the last decade or so, it's actually been reflective of the population of Boston in terms of diversity in the patrol officers. It's when you go up, to sergeant, lieutenant, captain, that you end up seeing numbers that are much lower than the numbers of patrol officers. I think right now it's about 8% of the lieutenants. It's 9% of the captains, which is, I think, misleading because it's Leighton Facey and Captain Hossein, and they might retire any day. And so the numbers are not great as you go up. I know that the city is working on a different exam process, and is, I guess one other thing I'll point out is that in your presentation, 60% of your command staff are people of color. That's correct? And that to appoint people to your command staff, you don't need to go to civil service.
Our command staff is the most diverse in the history of the police department.
Yes, and those are, you're appointing people to your command staff because they're very good at their jobs and they're good leaders in the department, correct? So you see what how to then justify. You have 60%, you're picking people who are very talented, who are great assets to the department, and your command staff is 60% people of color. you go, lieutenants, sergeants, captains, and it ends up being less than 10% or around 10% people of color. I mean, how do we get the best people into those positions?
So certainly the command staff, I think we have and are doing that. But as far as the culture of our police department, to make sure people study and take the exam, and when they are promoted, they develop and continue to take exams are an issue, and that goes to the culture around it. Sometimes I think, and I've certainly been a part of this. Sometimes people get to a unit and they become comfortable and they no longer want to take exams, particularly if they're in a place that they like to be. The fact is I think my job as the leader and all our command staff's job is to make sure that development is a part of what you're supposed to do, and that also means taking exams, knowing how to take exams, and being exposed to other parts of the department. So we're trying to change the culture of our department where it's about development, growth, and understanding what that means. It's part of being professional. And we have to do work around that and working with groups, different affinity groups, and making sure people are prepared for and understand that it's important to take exams and how to study the exams, and making sure we create fair exams, which it takes a lot of work. This is not just a police issue. This is a societal issues in general. When you look at almost any field, whether it's physicians, lawyers, doctors, it doesn't matter what it is. For some reason, a lot of people of color don't always either take exams or don't do well in some of those. And so, we're fighting a societal issue on some of this, but the fact is we know it exists. So we're trying to intentionally make sure that we do all we can to increase the numbers of people available. And it starts with the culture of telling, it's important to do these things and make sure people, have all the advantages they can get to be prepared for taking the exam.
Well, yeah, my response to that would be, I think the federal court and the state court found that these exams don't do a good job of identifying the people who are going to be good at being a police lieutenant. So I'm hoping we have less reliance on the exams. But so I think, is it true that right now we're working off a list from a 2020 exam?
It's 2021, yes.
So the exam it was originally scheduled for 2020, but due to COVID, occurred in 2021.
Okay, but and I think the two previous exams were 2008 and 2014, and so on this, rather than keep going down the list, we're going to give a new exam this fall. Is that?
We're giving an exam this fall. It doesn't mean I can't continue to use the old exam until the new one is certified.
Okay. Have you looked at what impact, giving a new exam is going to have on diversity? Because typically what happens is they give these exams, it's 3 to 4 years, and they promote the people at the top, and it's resulted in lack of diversity. And once they get into the middle of the range and it's time to promote people of color, in the old days, they would just give a new exam, and it kind of seems. Did you factor in the impact on diversity in the decision to give a new exam?
I factor in a lot of factors, including what you put on the exam in the first place. If you're, emphasizing community policing, you should give an exam that focuses on community policing. You should focus on, development. If you add questions about that, if you focus on what it is you're looking for, that's what the exam should actually encompass, as well as those other things. I don't necessarily know if those other exams maybe focused on some of those things. The fact is that it was an older exam, and so it's really good that the older exam was very diverse. I think on the outcome, but it doesn't mean a new exam won't be that way either. I have confidence in particularly the people in our department, and there's officers that are now here that have been on 3+ years that have the opportunity to take the exam as well, and and I'm confident that they will study and do well to get there. Yeah, I can't always speak to some of these exams and the outcome that happens, because there's a lot of issues that come to play. But I think it's important that you put on exams and emphasize the things that you're looking for a department and people to do and be. Right, and that's, we're intentional about some of that stuff, and so.
Well, yeah, and do I have a second? Well, I will say, I think what we learned from the exam cases was that, you know, there's no magic solution for doing a process. Even the experts, you know, there's going to be some adverse impact on certain groups, but it's staying, you know, trying to be intentional about what you're doing in that process to try to eliminate that. And whereas I think previous administration said, okay, we have an 80-20 exam, we know exactly what we're going to get. It's going to be a very low percentage of people of color in these higher ranking positions. You can't just, what we got through the cases with judges saying you just can't keep doing that when you know what the result is going to be. So I know we gave a different kind of exam in 2021 with, you know, an in-basket, I think, or an oral board. And this exam, I guess my question is, like, what is in the budget? I saw like a $700,000 amount for Morris and McDaniel, which I think is the testing. Do you know what's in the budget for the exam, and what is the structure of it?
So we actually haven't given an 80-20 exam since 2008. In 2014, the city supported, through a pretty significant financial investment, what we would refer to as an assessment center model exam, which includes a multiple choice component that gets weighted based on what the experts tell us, and then an additional oral board and written in basket section in addition to giving credit for education and experience. So that was the process in 2014, a similar model in 2021, and then the funding in the budget for fiscal year 25, I think it's $1.8 million, and that is to support the establishment and administration, again, of a multi-component exam that addresses more than just a multiple choice and education and experience component.
Oh, okay, thank you, Chair.
You have one more question?
No, I mean,
Thank you.
back to you. Thank you.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I want to piggyback off of Councilor Weber's questions. So I was trying to take notes as fast as possible. There was exams in 2008, and 50 candidates for a sergeant, but there was only 2 minorities, and I think they're both retired now. 2009, and we're talking like scores between 93 and 82 were used, promoted 150 sergeants, and I don't have the numbers there for how many minorities were actually promoted. If I can get that on record. Again, that's 2009 of the 150 sergeants. And then 2015, scores between 93 and 83 were used, or the range, and 175 to 185 sergeants were promoted. So I guess now we're talking about an exam that was 2020, and you just mentioned, Commissioner, that you can still use those scores. There's no reason why you can't use those scores or people who have already taken those exams. Only 3 years old, that's not old at all, right? Considering exams. And then you want to cap them. From what I've heard conversations with the mayor, the scores want to be capped at, what is the score? The lowest score that you're going to be using for promotions? You have not?
We don't have that.
You have not disclosed that yet? And so when you look at folks that actually took exams, if the department would have promoted a total of 62, promoted these folks, about 62 minority officers, of which 34 would be women. And so the issue, I guess, is that the last time that folks were promoted, even when you are promoting, I think, minorities, from 2021, December 2023, 79 sergeants promoted, 29 minorities, and of that, that's including white women. So I would argue that there are plenty of black officers or minority officers outside of white women that are taking these exams and are scoring between 93 and 87 or 86 even, and they're not being promoted, or there's a hold, or somehow there's a lockdown on this exam. They're just, I don't know, like they're being held captive. And so what's going on? There are plenty of black people passing the exams, not that they are not prepared or more black people should take these exams, but there are people taking these exams. And then there's another component, right? So some sort of like verbal, is that still a thing? Verbal component to these interviews or these exams. And it just sounds like whatever systemic racism is going on in the Boston Police Department is still here, alive and well. And I understand that systems take a while to dismantle. They propel itself into present time and future. And so it takes a lot to dismantle. And I know that you have an interest in doing that. Can you please tell me, what are we going to do with those 2020 scores? And how are we going to promote people that have already worked hard, prepared, passed the exam with high scores?
We've been promoting people off of that list, and it's a fairly old list. And
how many, please?
I will have to get you the number, but we certainly promoted people off of that list. It's been in existence since 2021, right? So we've been promoting people, including, I think, very recently, I just made mention to Sergeant Hernandez, who was promoted off of that list not very long ago. And so...
Is that one person that you can think of, Sergeant Hernandez?
Oh, no, there's many people that have been promoted. I just made reference to them because we were talking about them just a second ago. But the reality is that you can't hold on to something for multiple years because it's not fair to other officers that have joined the department. We've had hundreds of officers join the department in the past 3 years that are now eligible to actually take an exam. And so they should be, able to actually taking an exam. I believe...
well, how long did you hold on to the scores from 2015?
So I certainly wasn't in the position to promote anybody in 2015. I can only speak to today, but I can give you an example of when I came on the job. I think I took a promotional exam, 3 years onto the job, and I didn't get promoted until almost like the 5th or 6th year. And but for that, I would have not gotten
so
promoted.
Guys that just joined like last year, I mean,
no, I didn't say last year. The 3 years you have to be on the job.
In the last 3 years.
Correct.
Considering that you're talking about seniority, experience, right, all of this level of expertise, beyond just an exam of like getting the questions right or memorizing answers, you want guys that have experience too, right? So like you're saying that the fair thing to do though is to allow the new guys to take exam over the older guys that have already passed it?
So both guys and gals, I'm trying to be inclusive, making sure that everyone who's been...
Sorry, by guys I mean women and men.
Yes, no, it's okay. No, I'm just saying that the fact is they all work here, they all do this job. It's a very difficult job. And the reality is that we're talking about, this is a promotion for a supervisor. This is like management. It's the beginning of a different portion of your career. Not everyone chooses to do that one, and not everyone can, choose to do that if they want to. And so the fact is that we want people to take exams. We want people to study. We want to create fair exams around that. But we want to create a culture where people understand that, management is a little different than doing the work.
Yeah.
And then if you think you want to do that, understanding how do you prepare to actually be in that position. And that's why development is so important, and that's what we're trying to do around some of these things.
But you have guys in December that took the exam, a very large number, about 79 people. What about them?
They can take the exam again.
And so don't you feel like they were blindsided though? Like they just, okay, you passed exam, it was just December, but take it again.
I don't know how someone who took an exam 4 years ago would be blindsided or by another exam within a 6 year period.
3 years ago. I mean, the normal practice though that it does take this, it takes time before promotions though.
Some departments promote almost every other year. For the most part, they give an exam and then they promote in almost every other year around that stuff. So, these big gaps in times I don't necessarily know if that's the normal thing in general. It's just the way that we've been doing business for a long period of time. But the fact is we should give more frequent exams.
See, I'm of the opinion with what Council Weber was saying about, 38% being officers of color, that does not, it reflects the demographics, but so what? It doesn't represent the demographics served. So in this case, it's not about people living in Boston, it's about people specifically that are most vulnerable and impacted by this thing. So I would say that, in fact, it should be the other way around in order for it to be equitable. So your numbers of black officers or people of color should be higher than your numbers of white officers because of the people impacted that are being served. And, you know, there's plenty of research that we can go back and forth on this, but I don't want to get into it. I just want to state that for the record because it's not this thing where, okay, now that gentrification is happening and we are displacing people in Boston, nothing to do with BPD, but they were displacing people in Boston and that, you know, black people die sooner in Roxbury, about 22 years sooner than Back Bay. We keep displacing them and killing them and incarcerate them, then this means that more white officers, because now gentrification is coming in. Like, we really need to take a look at what we are doing as a department. And I just wanted to say, like, equitably, I think we have to look at cultural competency and all these other level of stuff. And you know that because in your report, you talked about reform, but you don't break down exactly what that is. And I think part of that is being really intentional in implementing programs to ensure that our black and brown officers are being promoted, they're going to sergeant, they're creating generational wealth, and that we are increasing in minority officers because of the impacted population that you serve. And that's, of course, again, just research from advocacy, from the perspective of policy. I think that, you know, the police department needs to do better in this area. Like, we continue to do this, and we know, and there's been reports of like racist practice in the department, and yet we continue to propel it and continue to just say, you know, of course you guys are awesome, you do a great job. Like, yeah, you keep the community safe. Your job is hard. But then we talk about, you know, overtime. And in terms of, you know, like quality of life for yourselves, if you're going to destigmatize, you mentioned in your report too about destigmatizing mental health and safety and wellness for your officers, this means that officers are paid well. I promoted, largely, everybody knows on the media, I promoted for Michelle Wu to settle the contracts because then we could actually work with real numbers, that people could get paid fairly, and hopefully not encouraging forced overtime or too much of that, right? And I'm sure, and I've heard you here today say that you want to mitigate some of that. Just a couple of questions, Mr. Chair, and then I think I'll wait until if I have another turn. In terms of, you know, how many police academy classes, this is the question, how many police academy classes are there in FY25 budget? And I guess, you know, how large are they? What months will they run? And officers expected to swear in when they're completed?
So I think we have 200 class budget for 2025. What's your question after that? I apologize.
Sorry, it was like basically, how large are they? You said 200?
Yes.
Yes. And then how long do they run, and like basically when do we expect them to swear in?
So the academy class runs, you know, around 6.5 months.
Mm-hmm.
Give or take, it could be a little longer.
Thank you. And then how much do they get paid?
Entry level salary for recruit. Yeah, it's around 70,000.
Entry level, but in academy, do they get paid?
Yes.
How much do they get paid?
It's entry level, 70,000.
70,000. 200 of them, about 6 months and a half. Thank you so much. My next question is, last June in FY24, budget was finalized at $311.4 million for permanent employees. But the FY25 budget books show that the FY24 appropriation is $344.9 million. Why is this number now higher, considering the $5 million that you've already said in terms of contract, that goes towards contract, your academy fees? Can you please deduct numbers out of that so I can understand it?
So the numbers are adjusted to reflect the collective bargaining increases, so they go back and adjust the budget accordingly once they've been ratified. So that fiscal year 24 budget that that you voted on last June obviously didn't include the collective bargaining agreements that were ratified in this fiscal year. OBM adjust them because they pull the money out of the reserves and adjust the numbers accordingly to reflect what they would have had paid if they actually ratified budgets in the year that they expired.
So I guess that reflects this 33.5 extra, and I'll break down numbers with later just to figure out where we are. I'll wrap up.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I think my interest is to work with real numbers and really understand, like, sometimes funds are inflated in certain budgets, and I tried to explain this last year, and it was like, oh, like, Councilor Anderson doesn't know what the heck she's talking about, and it's okay. It's okay. It's a lot to explain, even to officers. Like, sometimes if you don't deal with $8.4 billion budget, you're not really breaking down numbers like that. And I had to explain, look, assuming smooth spending, there were funds put in there that is going to overlap, and then later the mayor has the right to move these funds around if it's in personnel, not in contract, without it coming back to the council. I just wanted to understand the real numbers, and if there were interest in going collective bargaining, I know that's a separate line item, so it wasn't that. And if it was going to go into something else, monies that we owe you guys, then I just wanted to know. I just wanted to understand. And so there was no answer, there was no response last year, really. And then even when we took out the academy, even when we deducted everything. So for this year, I think the transparency that you speak of in your RFI responses that I'm interested in is to really break down the numbers and say, look, officers need to get paid well. And they need to get paid well because so that they're not forced into living in Boston to pay rent. You have to stay, you're mandated to stay here, to pay rent, and then you have to go into overtime. Like, what kind of life is that for a person? You know what I mean? You have to go into overtime in order to pay your bills. And then everyone's like, overtime. So, well, then let the transparency here is talk about the real numbers and what folks need to earn in order to live in Boston. And I know that's in collective bargaining, this limited response that you can give to that, but it's not, no one is against, police officers. People are grateful and thankful for the job that you do, but rather the transparency around the numbers and exact pay is what our job is. So we're gonna have to have those conversations. Hopefully in the next hearing, we'll talk a little bit more about that. I'm really, really interested in understanding how we can work on how we can support you in promoting more BIPOC officers, but also like making sure that they are actually getting into the academy, and that diversity looks like, again, equitable representation, not just that we're saying, oh, this reflects the demographics of Boston. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have more questions, but I'll submit them through the chair, and hopefully we'll get them on record. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. And just piggybacking off of Councilor Fernandez-Anderson questions, how many sworn officers do we have, over like the last 3 years? Can you give me an average how many sworn officers leave the force? And then do we have any projections on getting enough officers in the academy? Like, how many officers are in this current academy? And just get an average over the last 2 academies, how many officers?
So we'll get you those, but I know we average about 131 officers who leave each year. Retire. When I
Say it again. How many?
We average around 131 who leave.
131.
I know we had that step before.
Yep, so we currently in the academy, this class started with 139 recruits and currently stands at 129. Our last 3 academy classes that graduated, it's an average of 108 recruits. The individual numbers were 87, 104, and 133. So not quite keeping pace with attrition.
Right. And then not really keeping pace, like the vacancies are still going to remain at that 500
until we go
over the academy class.
Well, the 500 number, just to be clear, that's a combination sworn and civilian.
Right.
It's 253 sworn and 249 civilian.
Right. But we're not going to meet the sworn vacancies.
I think it's going to take several years before we catch up.
All right. Councilor Mejia.
Councilor Flynn.
Oh, Councilor Flynn, sorry. Councilor Flynn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I know in my district in South Boston, Chinatown, and the South End, residents are asking for a shot spotter, and it plays a critical role. I need more of that in my district. Andrew Square residents are asking me to get this implemented in other areas of my district. So I can speak on behalf of my constituents that I really need this technology. I really need more cameras in my district. I'm so close to Mass and Cass at Andrew Square. A significant quality of life issue. Crime and quality of life issue and concerns are important to me. They're important to my constituents. And as Councilor Fitzgerald mentioned, the South Bay Mall as well is right at Andrew Square. So, Commissioner, I do want to get back to the crime lab. And it's an issue I have focused on for a while. Again, they do a tremendous job. We don't have enough personnel. We don't have enough resources there. But the Y screening aspect of that is important. It's state-of-the-art technology. New York City has it. Massachusetts Crime Lab has it as well. Are we able to work on that in terms of getting funding in the budget, infrastructure money for a state-of-the-art crime lab?
When you say you mean the latest technology out there, we can always apply for additional grants and things of that nature to maybe try to do that in general. But again, it's always about priorities of our department and needs. And we have a big department and a lot of needs. So, we think about that stuff pretty seriously. And the fact is that it might not be the latest technology, but it's not outdated than what we currently have there now. And I think that's really important. If it's ever becomes outdated, we will absolutely, do all we can to do that. But the fact is, it's not the latest. But let me see if the superintendent in charge of BIS wants to add anything.
Sure. We currently have a team that's reviewing Y screening and what it's going to take to bring it on. As you recently heard from one of our criminalists, Julie James, it isn't an easy task. It's any tool that's introduced into the lab, the Y screening has to be validated. So it takes a process. So we are currently looking at trying to bring that online and the appropriate funding for the Y screening.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent. And please know that I will do everything I possibly can on the council to ensure we have that type of technology, personnel, resources for the lab. But Y screening, I think, is important.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. And I am concerned that we are not meeting the state law of testing sexual assault kits. And again, I'm not blaming the lab because I visited them. They do a tremendous job. They're exceptional. They're professional. But we just don't have enough personnel there to do the job. That's why I'm advocating for more resources, support, personnel in that lab. But I do appreciate everything and respect the work they are doing because it's critical work. Commissioner, you know the district I represent. I just wanted to highlight the incredible role that Asian American police officers play in our city. They do a tremendous job. They communicate effectively with the residents in Chinatown and the South End. They're very professional. So I'm in Chinatown at least several times a week, and I do talk to the officers that are there, but having Asian American police officers in Chinatown is critical. It's important, but I want to highlight the work they do across the city as well. I've been active in supporting them, but also I like listening to them in their concerns in challenges. Anything you want to say about the Asian American police officers, Commissioner?
No, I mean, all our officers do a tremendous job, and they do a particularly good job. And the fact is that Asian American population in the city, is growing across the board, not just in Chinatown. So, again, we are very knowledgeable as far as understanding the city is growing and changing, and we want our department to reflect the city in that way. So we highly encourage Asian Americans and all actually communities in the city, cultural communities in the city, that come join our job, because it's important and needed, so we can reflect the city, so we can respond better and provide better public safety.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, in your opening statement or during the Q&A period, did you mention that Boston Police received 1,800 calls from the school department last year? Or I thought the number was 1874, but I wasn't sure what that number was actually.
Yeah, hold on a second. It was the schools, I believe, 1874.
So
In 1 year, Commissioner?
that's just alarm calls. So
Alarms, right.
tracking all responses to school buildings, which includes a multitude, as you can imagine, Counselor, types of offenses. And about 1,800 of those were alarm calls, meaning
Okay.
alarms.
So you only received about 70 calls from the school department as it relates to some type of incident, other than alarms?
No, the response to school buildings, the number is much larger. Those were just some examples of the types of responses. I think from January.
Well, let me ask this. For those 1,800 calls, could I get information on exactly why those calls came in, what the reason was?
Those were all alarm calls, meaning an alarm was going off in a school building that resulted in a police response.
Okay.
But we can break down.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. And through the chair, I'd like to review that. And thank you. Commissioner, I worked with the police department and others as well in support of the $13 million anti-terrorism funding we received from the federal government that went through the federal government into Executive Office of Public Safety, to the Boston Police Emergency Management as well, supporting police departments across Greater Boston. Tell me how effective that program is. What are they doing with that money? And Boston being the capital city of New England, how important is it that Boston Police plays a role in supporting Brookline, supporting Cambridge, supporting Chelsea? Is that communication, is that cooperation critical to what you're doing as a police department?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, part of, and it's already been said, it takes a community to keep, a village to keep a community safe. Well, Boston is here, but we have so many partners around us. And unfortunately, crime and some of the threats don't pay attention to borders, particularly, locally around that. So it goes a long way of helping us stay informed around communication about incidents that happen. So if it crosses borders, we're aware of it, and vice versa. I think we do a lot to help some of our neighbors understand what's happening in and around our area. And information, the faster we get it out and share it, the more we can publicly put it out there, the more all our communities stay safe. And the funding for that is tremendous to help us do that. I could have the BRIC certainly come in and talk to you a little bit more about how they use it, but I can tell you that funding goes a long way of keeping us safe. And one of the biggest ways to prevent terrorist events is actually to practice community policing. People think that it's community policing doesn't impact the world. It absolutely does. If you have connections with your community and then they reflect what you look like and you have strong ties and you're responsive to that, you tend to not see these things and events happen, or people who behave badly tend to not want to be in those communities, because the fact is the community is tight-knit, and or people will actually inform or talk about people that aren't fitting the norms of that community. And so regarding accountability. And so that grant is really, really important, but it's more important to the region, and it's how we, I would say, certainly stay safe in so many different areas.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I agree with you. And of the 13 million, about half of it goes outside of Boston, supporting other cities and towns. Commissioner, my last question or comment, officer wellness is an issue I asked about earlier. I know it's an important issue to your department. Suicide across the country, police officers, is increasing. Mental health is a critical issue, supporting police officers, supporting first responders, supporting veterans. What are we doing to support our families, our police families, to ensure that they have the services, support, and that they feel comfortable getting support, officers feel comfortable getting support, and for the officer that it won't impact their job, that there will be no pushback from anyone else, but getting that access to mental health counseling is critical, and I hope it doesn't impact anyone's career. I don't think it would.
No, and I'll speak to it. Maybe the chief might want to talk about it a little bit as well. But the fact is we do, any officers that needs any help, we make sure that we spare no expense to get them the help that they need. I know in the academy, starting when officers first come on in the academy, we spend a great deal of time not only talking about the impact this job can have on them and ways to make sure we lessen that impact. We also talk to the families and how they can be supportive around this, the career of a police officer. And that is something we start off right in the police academy. And then again, our wellness program, and it's been around for a long time, but we always try to improve it. And we talked about coming up real fairly soon. We're going to hopefully implement an app that will help officers as well. Chief, you want to talk a little bit?
The council, obviously, since when I came on, comparing that time versus now, in terms of officers and their willingness to avail themselves of the services available, it is night and day. Again, there's been a lot of work done by a lot of people and a peer support throughout the years that have built up to this point that we actually have officers that are willing to avail themselves of those services. We have officers throughout the department. We encourage other officers to keep an eye on one another. They do a very good job of that. And everything that they do is anonymous. I know you talked about, obviously you don't want that to impact people's jobs. But, most of the things that are being done in terms of that is stuff that people will never know. We work well with the unions also when we identify people or they identify people they think need services. But again, in terms of the families, we've had critical incident debriefings that we've actually, peer support unit under the leadership of Sergeant Joe King, they've had families involved in that. And, I think all the people in the peer support unit, family assistance unit do an unbelievable job. But I do think that the program is vibrant and we continue to build off it. But it is something that I got to tell you, it's been extremely successful. And we're not going to sit here and take a bow about it because every day there's officers that are, silently suffer for a lot of different reasons. But I think this department does a great job and we'll continue to do that and try to grow that out though.
And we're actually going to do a program that we did some years back ago with our officers coming up soon where we're going to have a program where they all come in and actually have like a screening in general to all the officers that are working. We have a funding source that has actually come in recently to offer that to all our officers, and we're going to do that coming up relatively soon. But I appreciate the question, and it's very important work.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chief, as well, and appreciate the work you're doing on that issue among many other issues, and it's a critical issue, as you all know. But I just want to mention one final thing: is the stigma you both mentioned of mental health is as I agree, it's declining, thankfully. And I do remember as a younger person, the stigma for returning veterans was always a problem for veterans to get mental health counseling, but you see more and more returning veterans today getting critical care. And I mention that because I do know how critical mental health counseling is to our first responders. So I want to say thank you to the men and women of the Boston Police that have always been there for the residents of Boston during good times and bad times. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Councilor Mejia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And we're almost done. But I have some questions in regards to diversity. And I want to just quickly acknowledge Mamleo and my work alongside Jeff Lopes, as well as Eddie Crispin and Larry Ellison. I just want to name those folks into this space because they have been instrumental in helping to inform a lot of my questions and my thinking as I navigate the political landscape in this particular arena. So I just want to uplift Mamleo for their deep partnership alongside our office. And so thank them. So I am kind of curious because we only have 2 captains of color. 2.
I believe that's correct, yes.
2. How do we feel about that?
I mean, I think it's something for us to work towards, but I will say this, that, if we certainly our classes are far more diverse than they've ever been before, and that's important. And the head of the agency and almost every department head within the agency is represented of some form of diversity, I would say. And leadership matters, and we're doing all we can to make sure that that our department is diverse and also is well run too. And so that's something for us to work towards and actually get better at.
Yes.
But I'm certainly proud of the work that we've been doing and the representation that currently exists.
And there are 0 black female lieutenants? 0.
That
0.
sounds right, correct.
Can someone confirm that for the record?
Yeah.
No, is there one? There's none. 0. So there's 0. How do we feel about that?
Again, it's something for us to work towards. Certainly, again, I talked about changing the culture, getting people to take more exams, certainly having them more frequently if we need to, and address the culture around exams, preparation, what it takes, things of that nature.
Yeah, because in my relationships, in my interactions, and just kind of like navigating the political landscape, particularly around political relationships, which are very difficult in this environment. One of the things that I have heard from so many police officers, particularly police officers of color, is that there is a reason for us, well, at least for me, to feel like I can't trust the system or the department, because there seems to be always this conversation around the fact that there's people of color in high command spaces and places, but when it comes to the district level, when it comes to the leadership for the folks who are on the ground doing the work, we're not meeting the moment there, because the captains really just determine who's going to cover the beat. They're the ones who are making decisions that are impacting very specific precincts. And it's difficult to believe, right, that we are invested in diversity when this is my 4th year here on the council, and we still can say that there are 0 black women lieutenants and there's only still 2 black captains. And I know this is something that you have inherited, but I'm hoping that we can come back to this conversation next year with some different data. And I'm not hopeful, given the fact that we have a test in September that is going to make it harder for people of color in particular to actually move up those ranks.
Well, I mean, I will say this, that I beg to differ. I don't know. There's no indication that this test is going to make it harder. You said you've been dealing with this last 4 years. You've been dealing with it as a test from 4 years ago. And so, hopefully this test will be reflective of that. But again, encouraging people to study, giving them tips or at least how to do that, getting more people to take the exam, I think will lead to maybe more diversity in some of those things. But it doesn't mean that we're doing anything wrong. There just could be some things going on in general in life that have impacted that are very hard, systemic, not maybe within our department, but within exams and things of that nature. So.
There is a belief, and I just need you to confirm or deny for me, that you can actually promote people of color right now, but you're not.
So I have promoted people.
More.
So, in which rank? Captain? Lieutenant?
All the things that matter to people of color right now. Yes.
So I will say this, is that, we will do all we can to promote folks within our department that certainly both deserve to be promoted and actually meet the community
At the top, right? The top 50 majority are whites.
A top of what?
In rank and everything that matters. It's not balanced.
Superintendent is a rank, deputy superintendent is a rank. You're choosing two different ranks that,
some are appointed, some,
correct,
so.
Correct.
And you're the one that decides, right, in terms of the appointment?
Certainly, yes.
Right, that's how it works.
Yes.
And what's your decision-making model?
On which?
Whichever ranks you want to promote people in.
Certainly, we can't promote people that, their scores below someone that would probably bring on a lawsuit and things of that nature. And that's why it's so important to change the culture, to get people to study for an exam, to get the pool of people larger around that. And then it becomes more of an opportunity within people within the same score.
So can you talk to me a little bit about the promotional list?
The old list, the one that currently exists? And so what would you like to know?
I just, tell me kind of the process. Because I had a lot of people blowing up my phone asking me for a recommend, and I'm like, I don't make those decisions.
No,
and then when I called someone, they were like, oh no, I got a lot of this, so.
I think with every promotion exam that's around for a while, and then there's a new call for a new list, people get concerned that they're losing their opportunity. And I say this to people, that if there's a new exam and you're on the old list, sign up, study, and take the new exam. You have not lost anything. If we promote off the old one, you're there, then you haven't lost that opportunity.
Right, but from what I understand and what I'm sorry to cut you off because I know my time is going to go short, the top 50 candidates on the promotion exams are mostly always white. So how are we going to address the issue?
Again, if that's the case, not that's the case. This new exam, there's no guarantee what the people will look like. I do this. I want them to study for it. I want them to study the materials that we put on the exam, and then we'll see what it comes. But the fact is that you can't hold on to a list for decades.
Right, but history shows, right? History shows that the top majority of the promotional exam list will be white. And if this is anything that we have to go based on historical data and what we have seen, then in order for us to really get real about diversifying leadership, then we're going to have to do things differently. And we're going to have to push ourselves differently. Yeah. And we're going to have to set new norms so that we can meet the moment, right? And that's what I'm really looking for, Commissioner, right? Like, as we're talking about this trust building exercise that we have going on here, like, I really want to work alongside y'all, but it's really difficult when I see so many of the people that I'm fighting here for, because I know I'm unapologetic about who I'm here to fight for, not being in spaces and places that are going to allow them to grow in leadership. And I think that those are the sort of investments that I'd like to see when we're talking about the budget. Those are the conversations that I'd like to have. And through the chair, for me, honestly, while I appreciate this process here in terms of all of the top positions here, I'd love to hear during the budget cycle, I'd like to hear from the people who are doing the work on the streets, the folks who don't have big titles but are carrying the brunt of the work that they have to do every day, and hear from them. not to say that your leadership does not matter, but I'd love to hear from the rank and file members. I'd like to hear, you know, I see, you know, Superintendent Curry up there, and I'm not sure if she's going to ever come down here to speak, but maybe unless there's a question that's directed towards her. But, you know, I just think that there is a process in which we can learn so much more from what really this work looks like if we created opportunities to hear from other folks who are not here right now. Because what I hear out in these streets from officers, particularly officers of color, is that they don't feel like they have a fair chance at really moving up the ranks. And there is something that we could do differently. I don't know what it is, but I'd love to see it. And I have one more question. I'm going to get it in.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Because I feel like we are at time, and I want to just, I'm just curious about some of the numbers in the budget book that seems to be a little bit different from last year's budget. In June of 2023, police overtime was listed as $43.9 million for FY24, but the new budget book says that 49.6 million was approved for FY24. I'm not asking about the FY25 budget, just so that we're all clear, but I'm trying to understand why there are different numbers for the FY24. Why is the overtime budget now listed as higher for FY24? What is it, because of the new police contracts? Does that have the 5.7 million difference cover additional pay for FY24 hours, or does it include retroactive pay from 2024?
They adjusted the personnel cost to reflect the new collective bargaining increases in the years that were impacted. Fiscal year 24 was one of the years that, obviously, that went retroactively back.
Can you say that again?
So they adjusted our fiscal year 24 personnel numbers to reflect the new bargaining agreements that were ratified this year, because some of them go back retroactively to prior fiscal years. So Office of Budget Management adjusted those numbers accordingly.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Council Mejia. And again, thank you for PPD for being here and all your work. I'll just try to keep my questions to a few questions. I know we have another hearing right after this. We heard, you know, the advocacy for diversity among, you know, leadership, not just our command staff, but our captains, our lieutenants. What does progress look like to you, Commissioner, for next year? Is it a number? Is it a percentage? You know, how can we hold ourselves accountable to say that we're making progress in terms of leadership inside of not just the command staff, but the captains and the sergeants and lieutenants?
Just the number of people taking the exams, and of those, the number of people that are diverse, whatever that means, throughout the exam, across the board. You can't promote from lieutenants unless you have sergeants. You can't promote captains unless you have lieutenants. You know, around the three ranks, we only have 3 civil service ranks, around that sergeant, lieutenant, and captain. And then we have other ranks that are appointed, but it certainly goes to running the department on a day-to-day basis. But we want to create a department where there's opportunity for everybody, and people know, what the pathway is to get from point A to point B, or whatever that is. And so that's what we're trying to do. And then, having an exam, an old exam that I wasn't a part of, that's multiple years ago, we want to give people who are here right now the opportunity to, if they want a career and be a supervisor, this is their chance to do that here and now, not from, multiple years ago during COVID and all those things. We're at a different place right now. And so the fact that you're taking the exam, again, doesn't, put you backwards. It's actually an opportunity to show what you know, given the new information that's on these exams and the old information that's out there. Right. And I have confidence that if people apply themselves and actually study for the exam, that, I'm sure that we'll have a really large pool of people to choose from, based on how I understand the members of our department and their commitment to getting better around that stuff. And so That's what I want, right? The pool to be larger, the opportunities to be there, and people to know how to get there.
And I'm going to push you on giving me like what is the aspirational goals?
Well, so we already talked about a 30 for 30, where we were talking about, for women.
For women, right.
Of doing that. And so, I don't want to really give a number because
I'm only asking because we do ask other departments
to do that.
Right.
And I'll say this, and I don't want to give a number because I want it to be reflective of the city, and the city could change. The demographics of the city could change around that stuff. And so certainly, we want, a decent population of all people, all races.
Do you think the numbers can be doubled inside of those? I mean, we only have 2 captains. Do you think it could be doubled?
Captain is more difficult because it's a position that's less frequent.
Lieutenant? I don't know.
No. It's more difficult to get there. It's less opportunities.
What are the numbers for lieutenant?
You need the pool of people in those positions, lieutenant, before that to be larger.
Right. So what's the pool for lieutenant?
So 10 years from now, that's a little different.
Right. But how many lieutenant of color do we have? We don't have one black woman. Like, do you think we could commit to getting one black woman?
Yeah, and so and another thing that is not factored in is some of our command staff were those civil service ranks before that. And so
we're not going to get a commitment on.
Well, the commitment is making sure that we have a diverse police department. That's the first thing, because that's where it starts. Then you have a commitment to making sure that we care about showing that we care about both diversity, equity, and inclusion, but more importantly, understanding the path of how we get someplace that they want to be, a supervisor and management, which is a little different. That's the commitment I have. Now, the goal is to make it as large as possible. Right. But the fact is I don't want to make up a number just to be making up a number for you. I'm trying to be.
So what we can do, we can analyze how many sergeants.
If it's one more than we are today, I'm happy. Right?
But I'm actually happy to create realistic goals to create that pipeline so that the BPD, right, could say these are the aspirational goals for 10 years, 5 years, so that we have a clear understanding as a city
of what that would look like.
Of what it could look like. I want to just walk through the cost of permanent employees. In FY21, you underspent $6 million of what you were budgeted. In FY22, you underspent $7.7 million of what you were budgeted. In FY23, you underspent $6 million of what you were budgeted. But we're increasing that line item. Can you just talk to the need for increasing after so many years of underspending the budgeted line item?
On personnel?
Yes, permanent employees.
That's
the line item.
That the savings there is either through attrition retirements, that's called salary savings, or, for example, you might have a vacant position that you don't fill until 3 months before the year end is out, so you have like 7 months worth of salary saving, but that happens year on year.
Okay. So we can expect that again for next year.
Yes.
Yeah, particularly, we're trying to max out those academy classes, and if we're not able to attract those, that right off the bat, that puts us with some savings.
All right, and then one of my final questions. You have a large number of vacant officers. I think it was 253.
It's 257.
Do these result in fewer patrols?
So it's less officers. It does result in something, but remember, we do supplement our patrol by overtime and things of that nature when we can.
Right, but you're still pulling from less amount of people.
We're pulling from less amount of people.
Right.
It's always better to have those filled bodies, and we can do a lot more without overtime. And actually, it's a lot easier when you have more people.
So what are you attributing to the drop in homicides and crime?
Well, the fact is I didn't say that we weren't working. We were
no,
working.
I'm saying there's less police officers, less patrols, right?
No, I mean, there's a lot going on, right? We partner with more people than ever before. We're data driven, like no time in the history of our department. We use all the technology we can. We have access to it. The fact is that not only we do that, but the city supplements, not the work that we do, but making sure that some of the needs that we don't traditionally address are paid attention to by other entities and partners that can come in and do that. By our partner with people who, around mental health and things of that nature, whether it's Youth Connect or other city services, trauma teams that are out there. Goodness gracious, the Louis D. Brown Institute, what this city has, where working with families that have actually been impacted by trauma and the impact that might have. I mean, as a city, we got a lot of things going on all at once, and we're throwing everything we can at it and been doing it for a little while. And I think you're starting to see the success of that. Plus, the fact is that we're bringing back community police in a way that we haven't done in the years, particularly since COVID. And I think that goes to help build trust. People feel better. People talk more. We've asked the public to step up and help us when there's been some incidents, and they have done that in a lot of ways, and to help us do our job. And so, we're using a lot of different things all at once, but it's not just the police department, although the men and women at our job do a great job, but there's a lot of other people in the city that are doing a great job. And the people who live here are doing a great job of trying to make sure our city stays safe. So I think a combination of all of that, and coupled with, and I give Chief Hooley a shout out, the work that the EMS does and our health department around here in general, I think we have a lot of things going on really, really well, under the leadership of our mayor. And so I think we're a city that's different than other cities, but it takes a lot of people doing really good work to see the kind of success we're having.
I agree. I'm just going to check with central staff on public testimonies. All right. I want to thank, Boston Police Department for all the amazing work that you guys are doing. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, I'm going to give you 30 seconds. We have to be back in this room in like 20 minutes.
I'm going to die. Thank you so much to everyone who's here answering questions. I am curious, and I think we can carry it over to the next one, but right. I'm curious about Sarah Dorsey and what happened to that investigation. There was some sort of complaint that was like 5 years old, and her case never got resolved. I'm curious about that. Just thoughts to put in your mind so we can talk about it later.
And so, Commissioner, you don't have to answer it right now. You can carry it over to the next.
Yes, so
right.
I'm not going to answer any question that has to do with a personnel complaint with some of our personnel.
Oh, no. A comment, if that's okay. I'm commenting that because of some sort of 5-year-old complaint on Sarah Dorsey, eventually it never got resolved and she wasn't promoted. That if you've only promoted 75 sergeants thus far, and you can promote up to 150, that you could actually bring up that number. And you can also bring up to 32 female sergeants for the first time in history, according to the numbers and people that took the tests. And that if you are saying, and you said, I think you made, I know that you made a comment here that there's no reason why you couldn't use the test from 2021. So if that's the case, then when you have new populations coming in and the demographics of Boston is changing, it's because we commoditize black and brown land here in Boston, and then we give it to institutions. So we have a lot of universities. We have all of the college students who don't live here, who won't stay. We have Seaport who don't live here, who won't stay. And so those numbers in our census is not reflective of people that are actually like living and investing here. And so when we're talking about equity, racial equity in your department, you're not meeting the standards. You're not meeting the 30-30 even. And I guess the question or comment here is, if we, the council, put out a policy that will support you in reaching those standards and making sure that you are promoting people of color to those numbers, to the 30-30, and also that we encourage, or that if the entire council here votes to encourage you to use that exam, because there are pending black and brown officers who are waiting to be promoted to sergeant, that if that would support you in any kind of way, and that whatever that we can do on a policy level, that we're willing to do that, and we're saying If you don't have objectives or numbers for your objectives, then how can we be of assistance? We can put together an analysis, we can bring up numbers, and we can tell you exactly how many numbers you need to promote in order to meet that racial equity quota. You don't even have to do the math. We can do that. And then if we do our part and we bring that in policy, would you support it?
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. That was a comment, and I'm going to give Councilor Mejia a final round for comments. Not questions, comments.
I thought we were done, and then I heard Councilor Anderson. I said, wait a minute, coming back. You know, the comment that I really just want to put out here is that the previous exam was taken only 4 years ago, and Commissioner, you keep saying multiple years ago as though it was, you know, generation. It's only 4 years ago. It wasn't, you know, that long ago. The official list wasn't certified until 2021. So this current list is only technically really 3 years old when you're looking at it, right? And so I just want to name that as a fact and something that we need to grapple with. The exam is happening in September and we're now in May. So my hope is if we continue to do this work, is that we might be able to get to we might be able to negotiate something that feels more equitable, that will create opportunities for more people of color to actually tip the scales. And so my hope is over the next few months that we will be able to figure out what that could look like. And I'm not sure how open you are to doing that. And I know I just threw in a question there.
Well, that was a comment.
In my country, that was a question. I don't know.
Want to thank you again, and as you can hear from my council colleagues, we want to work with you, Commissioner, to push diversity, not only in the command staff or the rank and file, but in our leadership positions, our lieutenants, our sergeants, and our captains. So looking forward to that, you know, collaboration and seeing how we can get there. Again, thank you guys. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. Thank you, Central Staff. Thank you, BPD. Thank you to my team. Thank you to my council colleagues. This hearing on dockets number 0670 through 0678 is adjourned.